Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sure you're sleeping. Are you rested? This is one of the most important questions, though, because you've been doing too much. Did you rest? Did you take some time for yourself? I doubt that. So yes. I mean, me, I'm dead today. I am the most dead I've been in a bit. I don't know what happened. I just tired. Just tired. I yeah. I had my Japanese lesson this morning, which was pretty good. Again, my teacher is going to be on vacation next week, so that's sad for me, but that's fine. Um, and I don't know. I feel like going to the gym early and then having to going to the Japanese lesson right after, um, and and then doing like all of that. That's annoying. So yeah, cat time. Did you come out of bed? You didn't. I knew that. I knew that. I don't really know what happens next week. I think she's taking uh, the 15th, which is tomorrow, off, and then therefore she's taking the 16th off as well in order to get like a longer time vacation with her daughter, as far as I remember. Um, she's just gonna take 1 week off after being 2.5 weeks in Japan. So that. But yeah, other than that, not much happened. I I I learned some things. We've been having shared uh, I shared some stuff on Discord earlier, not really, but kind of earlier in the Japanese lesson things. There is this pretty cool overall website if you are interested in learning Japanese. Um, this website is or this specific page of that website, if I may say, is a repository of words in each sounding categories. So aka, sa, ta, wa, or that. And it's the words that are used in Japanese about web design and design in general. So that's pretty important and interesting for me specifically, but for anyone that is a designer that wants to potentially get a job or dev that wants to get a job like in Japan. And my teacher found this, and that's pretty good overall. The thing that I like is that I can usually see the incoming words or where the root of the word is. So, for example, survey is enquête, which is close to enquête in French. I don't know exactly how it is in Spanish or in Portuguese because I know that Portuguese have been in Japan before the French. But that's an interesting way of reading it. E-commerce website is an EC website or EC site, so that's easy to understand. And so all of that thing is pretty good. Though there is an issue, which is here I do not know how to read this. And so GK, hi, what morning. And so if that is something that happens, um, then you have the second link that I shared, which is another website that she gave me, which is really good, which is hiragana.jp, which basically adds something on top. Gothic High. So it adds the readings. So if we go back to where we were, right here, right? Nothing defined, things defined. So right now I can read. Oh, this is I and then rekaeru. So irekaeru means replace. So when we are replacing something, like replacing a font, replacing a logo, replacing an image, I know now that I can say irekaeru as a verb. So irekaerimashita, or then could be options. So that's pretty good. The main issue is that sometimes we have characters that are not really translated as expected, as in, as far as I remember, this one is true, as in it can be pronounced ne, but also in that specific use case, it has another reading. It's like, I know that we do have that, and technically this one, the reading for this one is atai. So yeah, I can't read that, GK, not yet. I can't read that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a wild. Yeah, maybe. Probably. Nonetheless, that's a really cool website and really cool addition to my now tool belt of learning Japanese, as in hiragana.jp is probably um, pretty useful. Right. So again, as always, most of the Japanese for designers is basically English. So um, like any website is website or saito. So that's easy. Any web page is peiji. So you get it. As soon as you understand and you can read these character right here, the katakana, which are usually coming from borrowed words from other languages, usually English, but also like many different languages, you will have the ability to read and understand things. So, for example, here we have ki, a, n, and so kyang, pe, n. So campaign, campaign, monitor, campaign monitor, campaign monitor. That's pretty simple to just go through these things. So it's just getting used to read them is yeah, it's complicated. But also this website being pretty good because it gives me things, ads, yes, it gives me words that are usually used in Japanese as Japanese words in terms of web design and design in general, and things that I wouldn't have said or thought about. I think copy is now copy. You can say copy as that's just right there. But they also say genko bun, genko bun. So but it's interesting. It's good to know. I think for me, it's good to know to have the idea that these exist. So I just wanted to share that. So that's a pretty useful website. It has a ton of data in there. One of the thing that I have planned, because I'm using, and we talked about it in the past, I'm using Anki from time to time. Nowadays, I kind of stopped. It's not in my rotation of apps, but it should be. But Anki being, or Anki being, um, how can I say that? Flashcards model thingy. So right now this is 5, so I know that this is goal, and I can just so this goal is 5. I know that, I'm good with that. That was easy, whatever. So with that in mind, here I could create a deck based on that data with the examples underneath and the example in English, and create flashcards so that I can practice these words, which I think would be pretty useful for me later. So I might do that. I don't know. I'm kind of lazy when it comes to building decks. So we'll see. Anyways, this is pretty useful. That's all that matters. And the really, really, really useful thing is this, which is a very Japanese website when it comes to the design of it. This website right there, if you're learning Japanese, is just gonna translate and add whatever Japanese pages the reading about the kanjis. That way you have a bit of a better understanding of what happens, and it can do multiple different different languages. Languages? Languages, yes. That's cool. Anywho, other than that, not much. I'm waiting for Dapshi to pop up. I don't know if he will. As asking past stuff on Discord about fonts, specifically for the logo that he has made. And for this, I don't know if for this will pop as well. For this, has asked some stuff for the checkboxes. Dapshi is creating this logo and is asking about the font specifically. So that font doesn't match. I think the shape doesn't match either, but that's a different thing. The vibe that they are looking for is energy and sports and fitness related. So we may look into some of these things later. And for this add question about checkmark list items, which are pretty simple. Kane, hi, what about you? Yeah, mobile stream, non-mobile stream, everywhere. Wherever. At least I see your message. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. I don't know why I see your badge next to your name on YouTube. Maybe because you're a sub of the channel? I don't know. But I hope you're good. You gotta pop in the other side. So yeah, that question makes sense with the checklist for this time. Checkboxes, multiple selection, radio button or radio list, single selection, switches, multiple but one at a time, and checkmark list item. I have no clue. For me, this is basically just a checkbox list item. It is the same thing. I do prefer Twitch as well. It's just reach, dang, having more people and more eyes from different platforms is pretty good. I also feel like I'm really on the side. I don't know if I should just do that. Maybe. Or me just do that. Maybe that's easier if I just move my ass. But yeah, for this, to me, that's the basics. And now that she has seen that, maybe that she will pop up in a second. But that she sent this review thingy, which that is bad. I hope you're watching, or I hope you will watch the VOD, because this is shit. But basically there is like a difference in between checkbox and check mark list, which is not making any sense to me. But yeah. Bitch! Sorry, that's a lot of posting. So yeah, for this. To me, no difference. I don't really know why. I mean, from my understanding, it was basically just a design choice. Like some people like checkboxes that are square, and some people like checkboxes that are rounded, and that's about it. That's probably false, but yeah, tap sheet high. You spam. Um, this font is shit. And logo is kind of bad. Not just kinda, like it is. Also, that yellow thing to say that it has light going out. Got that. Yeah. Frizz, please do. Please do. Um, yeah, I mean, it's a loot box. So obviously I know what a loot box looks like. The first thing that I had with the shape of the logo that you had here, um, that works. That works. I don't think 5 is a good thing. The brain went into an old, I don't know if it still exists. It probably still exists. But there was, yeah, this thing, Freeletics, which was or is um, like a athletic app, like gym app where you can do your workouts and all that. And they have like this logo shape thingy. I'm not saying that it's good, but I think it's better. Like an hexagon is going to be better. They have like this thing with the line across the S for no fucking reason. But they do, or at least as far as I remember, and it's been a while, they used to have the hexagon in the apps as a main shape for like buttons and navigation bars and other badges throughout the app. Um, so that's pretty good. But apparently they don't. They don't have that anymore. They just have the icon right there, which is kind of sad. Ah, they have this right here. Um, we don't have to be supportive with Dapshi being trolling every time that he enters the chat. So don't worry about it. You're good. But yeah, they have like this pretty good uh, overall hexagonal shape on the app itself, which is interesting. I'm not saying that it's good, but that's where my brain went when I saw this, because that like pentagon thingy, I don't know. Though I did some research and opened some things, my brain went immediately into an italic font. The one that I had in mind was Line or Superline, which is another very italic font that I use from time to time. But these fonts may be more adapted, which you probably have seen some of these, which I feel like would help with the energy type the option. I'm not saying you going for these fonts because these fonts are paid, most of them. But something a bit more dynamic would probably help for the energy things. But you have loot lift, and a lot of people could give you some ideas of having a that's gonna sound weird. A big as L in the beginning, and then you have OOT on the first line and IFT on the second line because that's loot lift and that makes sense. But it's also a big as L, so that's never good. But it's an option, and you can really intricate design itself. There is, or there was, a ton of, again, dynamic um, fonts that I use for sports, and most of them are going to have that kind of slant for italic, which technically I think when you are looking at the stream, it's probably this way. I don't, yeah, it is. um, so that's the thing. That's where my brain went, obviously, for the speed thing. And then I went into this thing to look at the energy related fonts. We have the Atomic that I love, but that's again, that's a very specific font that has a lot of character, and I don't know if it would work for what you are building. There is the font that we just saw a second ago, and there is a ton of handwritten Sharpie-ish fonts for the energy things. I'm saying energy as if I'm German for some reason. But yeah, that. So that's basically the direction in which I would go personally. I wouldn't go into the extremely tech related stuff that doesn't match with what you're trying to build. But at least going into the italic slanted, maybe a combination of both with like effects and shit could be interesting. Unsure. The other one is Superline that I think we talked about in the past. My swipe file. Like this one is interesting because it has the hashed line thingy. And so it has that effect with an outline version and a non-outline version. So it's pretty good. This one is free, so you can use that for personal use. And again, if you're building a company, it's your own company, it's personal use. Legally speaking, I said nothing. But it is pretty good if we go into what is my string file? No, not you. God damn it. One second. Maybe they use the check mark things to ensure that some options is selected, not just checked. Well, it's the same thing, but maybe yeah. I don't think it's a one by one though. I think the checklist select is gonna be something more or less. I think it's just a different checkbox, or at least to me it is. Luft, lift. All right, cool. Which I'm good. Move it up. I like it because it's condensed, so that's one of the thing that I do like, and it also has that option for like outline, and so you can or you should uh, combine and have things with maybe a secondary one that just take the lined version, and it just has loot, not lift, that we can have or play with this. It's interesting. You can play with the effects, so I like that, personally speaking. Just create some characters and things, and I do like tall condensed font. So you know, damn, that makes sense. I don't know. But that's where my brain went immediately when you said energy, sports related stuff. Um, so Superline is a free phone. I said nothing. A free phone. Um, and um, and yeah, and then I just went into like sports energy logo on Dribble just to see what we have and what is available in there. Um, so most of them are extremely simple and sans serif. So you will see that like slanted version here and there, but yeah. I know it's a cube but flat. So an hexagon is better than a pentagon, for sure. For me. Like that. Nah. But if you just want this one, hexagon option, that yeah, that makes sense. Oh, more sense. Even if you go with this one, it's the same ID overall. It's not pentagon. Like it's not that. That's too flat right there. But yeah, that's where my brain went. And again, if you want to go with something that is a bit more business related, something like this that does have the slanted option, but a slight roundness and still really clean, that could work. And if you want to go with something that is a bit more
Hugo K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 21 months. Aloha Sensei Hour.
Hugo, hi, welcome on. Thanks for a resub for 21 months. That's almost a year. That's a long time. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back. So yeah, if you want to go with something a bit crazy, you can do that. But if you don't, you know, you can go with a classic one. Most of these ones, again, are paid. So not necessarily in budget if you have a budget. Um, and you can gonna read that long ass message that you just said in a second. So yeah, other than that, not much more. Not much more things. It's just yeah, Superline is gonna be pretty good. Slanted is very much the direction in which I see sports and energy related things. The idea is to get movement in the font itself, and so italic is movement in the font most of the time. Not all the times, most of the time. So yeah, there. Some of them are free. You can find some font that are free. Do the same thing, but yeah. I'm still doing the website layout, and I have a 3-column section that's built with a section headline and then column headline, column paragraph. The shit. So if you have a sales page example with 3 columns, my way. When you say sales page, can I open the file on my side? I mean, I can open the file on my side. It's mostly a question for you. Are you okay with me like just reopening the file on stream? Even though we started with the button last time, it's just to make sure, you know, all day. Specifically to know where we are. What you have done so far. Because sales pages, I don't really know what sales pages are. Good. That that's more layout than anything. What the fuck? Sorry. I don't know if I'm receiving messages on YouTube and it's just getting out, or if which you know, maybe I am. which is crazy. It shouldn't happen. It's just fixed. Unfixed. Second. YouTube being YouTube. Yeah, all that. Well, I don't know. Texting us finalized yet. Playing around the way of showing how this could look like. Yes. The first thing that just breaks my brain here is the columns width and sizes. Did you land? You land. Good job. Like you have 80 points on both sides on your 3 columns, meaning that you basically have 160 pixel in between 2 columns. That is way too much. I would recommend you to divide that by like a lot. Like a lot. It's kind of weird. Anyways, I don't know about that. You just when you register your domain for this, you can search for .design. Like if you use GoDaddy, for example, which is not good, but it exists, and you want to through this .design, I don't know, maybe. They say no right there. I don't know why. I'm guessing it's because of this bitch again. No, not even. I don't know. But you can just do that. I think Namecheap is gonna be probably better. Yeah, GoDaddy sounds like a bit of an issue. Freeze.design is available and it costs $10 a year, which is pretty okay if you wanted to do that. But yeah, that's basically how you do it. So basically, if you have AOA.design, for example, and you're looking for it, and it's like, oh, that's a pretty cool name. Maybe I can check that out. And no, it has been registered in 2016 by my ass. And yeah, you can't do that, but you can make me an offer, and I can buy my own domain from my own domain, and then I exchange and lose money in the process. You know, all that. And James, hi. I don't. I didn't know that Cloudflare was available for domains. Interesting. Um, I don't think I would sell mine if I. You know what? Let me rephrase that. If someone came to me and say, "We are a design agency, and we would love to have the AOA.design name," I could potentially have a chat with them if they said we are AOA.com right now, which will never happen because this one has been registered in 1997. I was 3. I can't compete. But yeah. AOA is the American something association, or something from not knows like that's the wrong button. The American Apartment Owner Association. That that thing. And so basically they've been operating for a long ass time, and they have a sad logo. I I don't like it, but it's permanently closed. Well, I mean, this one was permanently closed. Nonetheless, this thing is what is popping off when you're looking for AOA, and that's kind of bad. You also have the American Academy of Otolaryngologic Allergies. Cool. So that's a thing. And so these bitches have snatched the domain name before me because they existed before me. It's kind of sad. But yeah, if they came to me and they were like, you know what, we could give you the .com if you gave us the .design, which they will never, but I would rather do that. Anyways, that's basically how you want to do the .design thing. You just look for the domain that you want, and then you're good. Just add .design at the end. Going back to there. I think, and I'm also thinking about other things. I don't know. I think it's shit, James. I think it shouldn't exist. They moved around everything that they shouldn't move around, and I understand having the need for a redesign because they wanted to stand out more and be differentiated from their past selves with the introduction of AI. That makes sense. But since they have announced the new interface of Figma and they had pulled out the entirety of the AI features because some people complained, and now they say, oh, it's not mature enough. We can't have the AI work for the designers just yet. So we're going to pull out all of these features. Now it's just a bad redesign of the app where everything that you used to know is in a different place. And everything that you used to be able to do in one click is not an option anymore. So that's kind of bad and sad. So yeah. If you have your cursor in the center, that makes no sense. Yeah, so for example, here, let's say you wanted to have, I have used the dev mode. It's also like that bitch ass tool at the bottom pisses me off so much because when you click on it, it just resizes and then you lose where you were about to click if you just wanted to switch between the two. Makes no sense. Anyways, right now I don't really have access to it because I need to be in this specific file needs to be in a team where I have access to the team, which is not the case. Anyways, dev mode is okay. Personally, as a designer, it doesn't really help me. It helped me in the beginning when I wanted to just transfer like a basic layout from Tailwind to Tailwind, like from Figma Tailwind to Tailwind code in VS Code. But other than that, it has no real benefits, and it's also extremely slow. So I don't know. I don't like it. I don't really like it. And would you choose something like that one on the right instead? For these sections, not necessarily, no. I think that's too much of a classic move, GK, on the side by side. Um, than what you currently have. Unless you would be willing to limit the content. In that case, maybe. Um, maybe have just a text image like one of these text image right there, and then your 3 columns and then your grid. That could be a thing, but yeah, other than that, not really. I have a bit of a questioning on. I know you haven't done the design just yet, and you are mostly on the layout phase, but the way that you have structured things kind of implies some design choices that you will not be able to do later on, or not the same way. So I don't know where you land on these things. I have a feeling that for me, for example, these three, just do that. Uh, these three right there, this three section could um, be like this. Not exactly that, but like something where that section could be like overlapping both of the previous ones, maybe. I don't know if it's good. Um, but that could. Yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of people utilize dev modes in companies. That's the thing. Designers themselves don't. Engineer in big companies are the reason why we have dev mode now. So basically, if you're working at like Spotify or currently Apple, which are not partnered, but like clients of Figma, they themselves use the dev mode features that are on the top tier level that are not really accessible to me or to anyone else other than top tier level of Figma users, which implies that you need to pay at a minimum $1,000 per month, uh, and that's not a thing. That is not a thing for me. But yeah, it's a pretty used feature, I think. It also has the integration with VS Code, like a immediate integration with VS Code. That way, that the devs can have access to a Figma dev mode preview in VS Code and have like the swap faster. It's not the best, but yeah, it works. But it's not the best at all. Um, yeah. And Ego, I appreciate it. Thunderstorm, make sure that you have safety in place for this thunderstorm. Do not storm. It's like lose powers. Um, Anywho, going back to this. So if you were willing to limit the amount of text, GK, on that first section of how I help your business thrive, then maybe I could say like something like this would be okay. Having just one paragraph on the side and one picture on the side, on the other side to just illustrate, but that's about it. But that would imply like reducing the content by like 2/3 because you have 3/3 right now. So really drastically changing the layout. The next section, other than the this thing that I represent as a card mostly because it feels easier. Um, that is crazy and that pisses me off. I don't know. There is a bit of an issue on that thing. It makes no sense. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. It makes no sense. Just true about doing things. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That section is okay. No particular beef with it. It's an okay thing. Um, I I'm not gonna talk about the content because, as you said, the content is not defined yet. But If it's a step-by-step, three-step process, and you just want the user to understand how it works and what's the easiest way to do the things, then yeah, a three-step process is pretty good. I would say maybe your buttons are a tad small. Like a tad small. Like this is a 36 pixel button, and I could potentially say that maybe a 60 button would be more appropriate in that environment to just grab the user's point of view. But you know, that's design things. I know. Kind of showcase if that's like past work, that's a cool thing. If you were planning on having feedback on all of the tall ones, I feel like that's going to be repetitive really quickly. And then layout wise for these, that and that needs to be notes layout frame with like 8 in between the two or something. But you need to not have the thing expand that much. It would be easier to have that this way. Oh, one thing back from one client, maybe, and then the rest screenshot of the same project. I see. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I would, though, then potentially get... That's gonna be weird. Maybe. Maybe that's not an option, but I would probably do something like this if you have the opportunity to give yourself an option to have like a wider image. You have taller images, regular size images, and one that is a bit wider. That way, if you are building something that is more of a desktop thing, you can display the desktop-ish. You can display the mobile-ish. You can display like regular things. And or if you had like a style scape side guide thing that you have made, then you can have it here as a case study. That's a pretty good thing. The main reason why I'm saying I don't know if you can do that is the responsiveness of that. Like right now, I just broke everything just to ensure that I could do the thing. I think if I were to build it, that would give me this with that being, oh, interesting. Oh shit, no, that was right. The filling container, this one being filling container as well. These two, I'm just like playing on this one. But I would say this thing is going to be wrapping. So as soon as you do that on mobile, it's going to wrap this way. So that it's going to be more logical. Just to keep that image at the bottom to be like a wider image. But yeah, not necessarily a good idea. It works. And then your prices is okay. Almost okay. This is bad. I get it. I know you haven't touched any of these yet, but showcasing in the options the thing that are not included, I feel like is a waste of space most of the time for these types of websites where you just want to display what the user is going to have, and then you can add things um, that is later on. Um, no, I'm not saying that it's bad to have the list. I'm saying that it's bad to have things that are not included, especially because usually it's it's this. That's usually the pattern where you have uh, this is included, but all this isn't. And then on the packages higher, you have these two that are included, these ones that are not. And then on the last one, you have everything that is included. This is good where you have things that are um, greater, like when you are doing the Figma pricing table, basically this thing, not that, that, like, oh, they changed it. Uh, when you have that, it's just, it makes sense when you have all of the features and it's a ton. But when you're just here, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, for all converts, I agree with that. Um, and for this, I saw that message earlier. I need to look at that after. I didn't answer yet. Um, I reread that. A good thing that you highlighted it. Um, yeah, I feel like it would be better to have like no, I get it. I get it. It's just that this is then limited. Like if your package is only giving you 5 outputs, as in output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then on package 2 you have just 1, 2, and then on package 1 you just have 1, then I don't I don't know if specifically if they are related, and if you have the exact same content of on all of the 3 cards, then I kind of have a bit of an issue with it. Again, this is what we have right here, right? You have a Figma editor, 3 collaborative file, unlimited personal drafts, and basic file inspections. And then underneath you have things in design, things in dev mode, things in admin, and they are related sections, but I hate it because they are not aligned sections. I doubt that this will change anything, but like dev mode, this one is lower because you have the rest of the API right there, which makes no sense to break the line for that. Well, it's just it's harder for me to read. Also, that's a me thing. Quick reminder, the dyslexia takeovers. But when I'm seeing design, 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 and then 3 green dots, 3 green dots, 3 green dots, I'm like, okay, it's the same thing for all of them. Whereas if I read, which is never the case, um, I like the fact that this one unlimited Figma files, and then the next one is org-wide libraries. I don't see the relationship in between the two. Whereas when I'm going here, then I see the relationship in between each of the features and what they have and what I'm missing out if I'm not paying, or if I'm paying, how much should I pay to get the features that I need. So that all of that is what I kind of like, and that makes sense. But when they are visually at the same level and they are not the same, that pisses me off. So again, going back to what you said, it converts good. If it's the same features, the same 5 options, if you just do 5, um, then I'm good with it. If it's not, then it's going to be kind of complicated. Why? What is that? What is happening on this thing? Sorry, that makes no sense. Yeah. Lots of people tend to not read lists with several sub headlines, so having just one container with 3 bullets is usually getting more attention. Yes, if they are the same. I use balanced rather than pretty. I didn't know that pretty was a thing. But yeah, text wrap balanced is also a thing. I think, as far as I remember, maybe they changed the name. I don't know. But yeah, it's useful. 100% useful. So if you do 3 to 4, and again, if it's the same, we're good with that. It's gonna work. So it's debatable. If you really want the user to like compare the plans, I think you need to be uh, the same, and this was kind of good. I don't know if you ever have on the pricing section the same stuff, but yeah, that makes sense to me. As in, I have 1 request at a time. If I'm paying more, I have 2 requests at a time, and then I have unlimited brands, to brands, 2 businesses, 2 business day turnaround, 2 business day turnaround at both. I have the same thing, which at the end of the day, when I'm comparing here, I'm basically paying 2K more. I know you don't do a sub service, but still, it's the comparison thing is what's going to happen anyways. I'm just paying 2K more for 1 more request when 1 request usually at a time is 4K. So I'm seeing that as a 50% off, but that's the only thing that is positive when I'm comparing. Like everything else is the same. Like there is the exact same content. So that selection is wild. That drop of text, that's wild. Anywho, so that's the thing. I think WeGrow has 2 or 3, I forgot. That's basically the 3 steps, right, that we were talking about. And here, same thing, right? 3 plans, 3 packages, 3 whatever the fuck you want to call them, but they have kind of the same thing where they say this is not included, but that's the only thing that is not included, and it's only on the first plan and not on the other ones. So again, I don't see the point. Um, it's just it makes no fucking sense. None. Good job, Ken. Good job on food. That is good. So I don't know. I know this is a subscription based model and it's different, and so it's not the same thing with 3 different tiers. But still, like unlimited revision, unlimited design requests, managed via Slack and Trello. It's the same thing everywhere. All of that is a lot of repetition that don't really add much, at least to me, when I'm reading and comparing things. Um, so that is debatable. Again, right? Just taking the the plans that I know about. similar things. Um, I don't think it's AI generated as a service. I think it's. I know why you're saying this, mainly because of the latest tweets from Brett, I think, of his client. I don't know, complaining about the thing that looks like AI generated. Um, the that's easy. That works. Anyways, I what I think happened is Brett is kind of like me in the sense that he kind of has a backlog of everything that he knows in the past. I don't know how many years he's been designing things and bookmarks of templates and mockups and design UI kits and things that he has used and or modified and or created himself. And that's how he's able to create these things so fast. But then the outputs are going to be looking kind of similar. At the end of the day, it's just, yeah. Oh, you've seen Reddit reviews? I haven't seen any reviews. Reddit. Brett's tweets. I don't know if he has uh, anything there. I don't think we do. Anyways, that is true. Reddit will shit on everything. I don't know if I have a subreddit. I don't think so. I think I do. I don't think so. Anywho, doesn't change much in the fact that when you compare things that have the same content, then I'm fine with having checkboxes and building FOMO. That's okay. But when you don't, and it's different, I don't I don't like it. Like I really don't like uh that. That makes no sense to me. It is really making no good reading pattern um in me as a dyslexic person. I just can't read that thing because it's supposed to be the same line of a table that is going to give me the same data on that line of the table, and it doesn't. So that just doesn't work. But if that works for you, I mean, you're good. It's okay. And then you have the FAQ at the end, which is fine. I don't know if you want a footer. I think a fat ass footer would be good, but that's a me thing here. Um, that's an interesting thing. It could take one of these design, but I also don't like the overuse of images. You can use an illustration if you are creating illustrations, but that's also a debate. Um, but yeah, I think overall, okay. I have a feeling that the trusty, where you at? There. Trusty templates and Untitled UI is going to be pretty good, specifically for the landing pages. It's basically the same thing. Just want a landing page for a design agency. So that works. Contra is pretty okay. We've talked about them in the past. I am on there, um, obviously, but this one is okay. It's a bit less good than it used to be, but it's still good. Um, you do need to be showcasing a lot of your creations to be able to do that full time and be picked by clients in there. But they have like a ton of other, like it's not just for designers, but it's a designed-ish. Um, it's not that it has much discoverability. It's more like it's it's cherry-picked people, so that's why you need to really take the time to create your case studies and your showcased projects in order for the team, from what they say, the AI at Contra, the teams at Contra, sorry, to pick your profile over someone else's, uh, because it's basically you will fill out a form, creating your own profile and then defining that you are looking for uh, a, I don't know, a job that pays $800 for a day for a specific type of service or multiple things, whatever. And in there, you will have the ability to look for like a contractor or freelancer, and that like is basically the contract team, from what they say, is cherry picking a set of freelancer that is served your like profile when they're looking for someone that matches your profile. So you need to fill out your profile perfectly. You need to fill out your past work perfectly, to match with the potential jobs that are available. But yeah, it's it's okay. It's just better designed. Um, yeah, Juno, I don't know this one. Maybe because it's more dev first. Um, and what GK said is pretty true as well, but that's a different thing that might not. Yeah, might be more complicated. The other things right now that is extremely powerful is this bitch right there. But you need to be so good, and also you need to showcase so much again to be picked out. Like, for example, this person has been posting some Blender rendering that he's been doing like almost every day, I think. And I am sure that the fact that he has posted a ton of these renders, even if it doesn't really gain too much views or too much traction or anything, I am 100% sure that he has got some jobs from that. Um, so yeah, like that is probably a thing. Um, probably. There is a ton of people in my messages that are trying to get me to work for them or to get me to hire them in my company that has no client. So every time that someone is like sending me a message on LinkedIn or on here saying I would love to know if you have like a job opening for a designer, and I'm like, yeah, I like what you're doing, though we don't have any clients right now, so I'm not even in the state of being able to pay myself to eat food. So I can't hire anyone. And they're like, okay, fair enough. Which is fine. Um, yeah. I mean, that's the thing that I've talked about roughly with my sister. I think I talked about it here some time ago. But me now moving into HR would be a pretty good thing as well, and a potential option, because I have the experience to recognize like a good designer, a good dev, and a good team member based on the vibe that I get from a team. And so moving into a tech specialized agency focused or design agency focused HR department would be a pretty good move for me. I wouldn't do any design anymore, only on stream, and I would just hire people or place people in companies. So my goal and my pay is going to be based on the amount of people that I placed in company. but that's a different thing. So I don't know. Also, side note, this uh, I think if it rolls out and it comes to this channel, which we might have at some point, most of you are going to get the that message. So they are saying that they are rolling out an experimental prompt powered by AI, so ChatGPT behind it, to encourage users to be more mindful, basically, and less harmful when they are saying things. And the image itself is you are a butthead, and that has been flagged as a potentially harmful message. So, with that in mind, I feel like even Stream Element is gonna get flagged by this thing. So I don't know how that's gonna work, because every time that this happened, anywho, right? Going back to this, to answer your question quickly, Stony, I think the acquisition is fine. Um, I think it's kind of sad, but I also think that it's it kind of was inevitable based on the current state of the internet right now. If something is successful and taking market shares from another company, that bigger company is going to acquire the smaller one. So that makes sense. Though the thing that is kind of sad is that Lemon Squeezy was entirely working through and with Stripe. So you needed to have a Stripe account to plug in your Lemon Squeezy account to get all of your sales go through. So it's basically just integrating what Lemon Squeezy have done in terms of a marketplace to then have that like in a more packageable thing on the Stripe side. At the end of the day, it doesn't change much for me as a seller because I was already selling through Stripe through Lemon Squeezy. So Lemon Squeezy was taking a cut, and then Stripe was taking a cut, and so now Stripe is going to take a cut, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know. Paddle, I have like an account there as well, but I just, I don't know, I don't like the logo. Yeah, it's a bit of a win, yes. And also, GK, yes, I'm not saying that you should buy Entato UI for a wireframe. I think if Entato UI exists somewhere, then you can have the inspiration on Dribble, or you can have the inspiration on right now. Deanne, hi. On YouTube, welcome on in. Do you have any templates for web design and framework development proposal? Not really. It depends what you call web design and what you want to call web, like framework development proposal. Are you saying like a pitch deck, something that you will share with potential clients and then get them to hire you, or are you saying just Framer templates and Figma templates? If that's the case, I have mine, which is pretty good, but right now I don't think I can do that. Which is, I can't do that. There, that's fine. I don't know on which YouTube chat it went, but it went on one YouTube chat. for sure. Um, no, I can't do the copy paste in between screens because YouTube chat is on the PC and Twitch chat is on the prompter and specifically on the Mac right there. So I can't paste things. So I have this thing called Mom, which is a very basic UI kit to have that create like functional elements, but it's not templates. If you're looking for presentation decks, I think the Figma community is going to be the best place for you to look, specifically for decks and presentation. It is kind of good. Like if you're looking for a startup pitch or just a presentation as a template, there is a ton of options in the Figma community thing, which are pretty good overall. And then if you're looking for like really specific UI kit, I don't know. Antisol UI is pretty good. Mine is pretty good. Obviously, it's mine. I'm biased. And if you are a dev, because you said frame development, I'm guessing this is more of a front end thing than a back end like thing. Reshaped is pretty good, but Reshaped is also like mainly Figma and React, so I don't think that works. Same thing, the community on Framer, like the Framer template. There, I think. God damn it. Oh yeah, now it's marketplace. Dang, this is gonna be pretty useful for you, probably, maybe, I don't know. Because it contains most of the thing that you are kind of looking for in order to get all the content, I think. I don't know. But yeah, and Hugo, I saw that message earlier and I didn't answer. It's the same thing with for this message. I need to answer both of your messages soon. But yeah, in there you will find things that are pretty okay and good for templates. Some of them are free, some of them are not free. And if you just want to check the free ones, it's absolutely broken at that instant. That might be on my side, though. So we good. Yeah, Framer's doing pretty good. Framer's doing pretty good. Again, I need a there. My manager said they want adaptive version of websites to be similar to desktops, so they want to make a burger catalog menu as model. Windows on mobile, web also. Bad UX to use in mobile. Catalog. I mean, using models is really not a good thing overall for this, so I wouldn't recommend that. Also, Seymour, hi, I'm calling. I just saw your message. How would it be? Also, it's late for you. God damn. Push you back. Burger menu catalog is not the best, but I get it. I think it's a bad UX to have like model on top of model. That's for sure. Yeah. And overusing models is never going to be a good thing. I understand your manager point of view for this, of saying that it would be better to have something that looks the same and feels similar, which I agree with. Though, I think the main issue is going to be it's better to have a better feeling for the user on desktop and a better feeling for the user on mobile, rather than the same thing that feels shitty on both sides, or good on desktop and then shitty on mobile. So an adaptive version is okay. I think it's better to have a specified version for each platforms. At least that would be my recommendation. for sure. But yeah, that's about it. And basic web design and frame dev, what's your recommended cost for it? I mean, free is pretty good. There's a lot of free options. Yeah, if you're just looking around in, again, in the Figma community tab, right there is plenty of options with like wireframes and UI kits and things that exist that are basically free. Some of them are paid 100%. Like if you just wanted the paid one, you could. I wouldn't spend more than $100. I don't know where you're from, and so it depends, like your currency exchange with the dollar and the euros and the whatever currency you have. So $100 for me might be low, $100 for you might be extremely expensive. It depends. But yeah, a lot of people in there will have like a free version or free option for a UI kit. Doesn't mean that it's going to be a massive UI kit, but it's going to be pretty good. And you may have everything that you need in there. So that's option number one. Option number two, if you just wanted something really simple, the link that I shared just a second ago, which is the Framer Marketplace, that's going to be useful because in there you have all of the basic templates, which apparently just is down right now. Sorry about that. But yeah, that link specifically, there's supposed to be a lot of things in there that are useful that would be good. But same thing, I wouldn't go over $100 for UI kit. I'm using and I have paid for entire UI once. That is $129 for UI kit. It is a bit expensive. I have also paid for Align UI, which is a secondary one. And then that's good, but it's also more expensive. In total, like it's $10 less right now. I paid $49 for it because I got it in pre-order a year before release, so that was interesting. It's good, but it's the same thing. The last one is going to be Reshaped, which I talk about a lot, and Reshape is good. Oh, how much would I usually charge for basic web design? I don't know. I can't answer that. I can't really answer that because I don't have the information. I charge a lot. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is if they don't go through the subscription model, I charge by the project, and charging by the project means I go through scope definition, and that ups the prices way faster. So basic web design and Framer dev could go from 3K to 50K. Really depends on the complexity of the thing and the clients themselves. Like if the client has no money available, then I'm gonna be either on the lower end of my bracket, or I will recommend someone else that is cheaper than me. And if the client is like someone as, I don't know, as Microsoft, for example, they have a bit of money, and 10K in their budget is nothing compared to 10K in someone else's budget. So depending on the company and the clients, the prices changes. So yeah, it will be. I have all the chats, Stony. It's just the split of YouTube that is not available. The fact that YouTube has two different streams and they can't combine the chats. If they could combine the chats, we could have that. For sure. Right now, it's not the case. But I have StreamerBot that contains Twitch, YouTube, and any other platform that I would be live on at some point. So if I was live on Twitter, it would be there. If I was live on TikTok, it would be there as well. It's just combined in one place, which makes sense. They're working on combining dang. That's their plan. Yeah, no, I know what you're asking, but also I can't do that because right now I'm logged in my personal account, which means that every time that I need to stream and I need to get access to my chats, I need to do that and then go into the stream section. Oh, well, come on in. And get the chat here and pop that out in a different chat panels, and then go here and exit this thing, go on to the other one, pop that out into other thing, combine both of these side by side, ensuring that both are good. Right placement, and then do the same thing for this bitch right there and pop that out into a different platform. And that just makes no sense. It's not that it takes a little effort, it's just that it's, technically speaking, not feasible to have these two chats combined into one single thing, even though they both receive data and they should both receive data from the same stream key, but it's not the case right now. That's the only issue. But this chat right there is combined through the streamer bot, and this chat isn't. So that's the only difference. Like the message 10 minutes ago from Simon, it's kind of on the side far away. It's kind of hard to see. So, you know, all that. I see. I think it's dust. Actually, I think it's dust. It is dust. No, I'm not a solo agency. I am avoiding freelance work as much as I can. I hate it. So yeah. Technically speaking, yes. Technically speaking, I am a one-man agency with just a lot of connections and a lot of other designers that I have access to be able to dispatch some of the work that I'm getting as a freelancer. But because I don't want to work as a freelancer because I hate it, I'm not considering myself as an agency at all. So I'm just, I would rather have like a company jobs rather than freelancing. I don't think you can access. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that, Stony. You wouldn't be able to get the chats automated, even if I was doing it in code. That's not an option. I think it wouldn't work because the main issue that we have with the chats on YouTube's and the current problem is that the main stream key is getting a chat that is always the same stream. The secondary stream key that I need to have to get the vertical stream running, that is a secondary stream key, and that needs to be updated, and I need to create a new stream every time, and it's a new chat link, and it's a new title, and it's a new content, it's a new place, and that can't be automated. Twitch is always the same, YouTube is always the same, YouTube Shorts is never the same, and Twitter is never the same. Twitter is the same stream queue, it's never the same stream or broadcast. TikTok is the same, but right now you can't access the stream key, which is sad. And yeah, that's bad. Right now, Slack and Threads. Threads is in this Threads, if it loads, which is not the same as Threads from Instagram. But basically, this is the same thing. Oh shit. Well, that moved down. God damn it. Well, you can see how much clients I have. Otherwise, it's just Trello. Everything is on my Trello board right there, and I have clients on the Trello board, and they do things. It's a basic system of subscription-based agency, which I hate, but it works. And Flo, what do I hate about freelancing? I hate finding clients, because finding clients and sales in general is ensuring or doing my best to prove to you that I am a good fit for your business. I have no interest in that. I want to either be referred as someone else know, and they say this person is good and they could help us, or the person comes in stream, see how I work and what I do, and then they like me or they don't like me. But if they like me, they contact me afterward and they ask if we can work together because they like how I work. Convincing you that I'm a good fit for you is a you thing. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about your business. I don't give a fuck about anything that you have to offer. It's just like, if you think it will work, we can work together. If you don't think it can work, we can't work together. But I'm not going to convince you anyways otherwise. Like, I'm not pushing you into, like, I'm not pushing myself into getting business with you. That's not a thing. Well, not a thing that will do, at least. So yeah, that's what I kind of hate about freelancing, finding clients. Just a waste of my time. Basically. That's all it is. So yeah, I know it's not a good business practice, but that's also why I don't like freelancing. I would rather be in an agency or in a company and work there and be paid and don't have to think about anything. They are, but they're not good. But yeah, they are like platforms like Talents Agency. The thing is, the Talents Agency already have plenty of talents. And so if you add yourself to a talent agency, well, you're just like one in the thousands of talents that they have access to, and that's it. So the only thing that I could be doing, and right now I'm not doing that, but I could, is hiring a salesperson that is only paid on commission, which is legally an option, but also not ethically a good thing, because they will be only paid if they can sign contracts. And because I'm a single person agency, technically, not necessarily, but kind of, I can only take so much work at a time. Like, I work fast, but I'm not working like for plenty of things at the same time. So they would be paid a commission on the project that they sign. So if they sign like let's say they have like a 25% commission, which is huge for sales, but could happen. and then they are selling or signing a 1K design project, they're getting like $250, which is nothing. And maybe in order to achieve or to get that single sales, they had to do, I don't know, 3 days of work. And $250 for 3 days is kind of shit. So, you know, it would only work if I were to provide or offer a bigger package. That sounds really sexy, uh, which is not the case. But if I could like provide a package that was a bit more tailored to each client with uh, basically what GK is currently doing with more like design related, not agency, but like design related things targeted toward clients. And then you just have multiple options. And if you just want, I don't gonna say things that are kind of dumb because these are not filled out. If you just wanted social media banners and uh, like basic brandings and color theories for your brand and whatever, that would cost you that much. And if you wanted something that was containing these three things, plus like a website, plus a mobile apps, plus um, social media post for like 5 months, then that would be a higher price, which is basically where I kind of want to go soon-ish into the realm of pricing, and that could potentially be good. Like if I have a sales package at 10K and the sales is still taking 25%, um, they are going to take out 2.5K per sale. And if they take like, I don't know, 2 days to find that client, then that's a pretty good payout, I think. But again, that it depends on the clients, it depends on the companies and the things, and having fixed prices is kind of complicated. So I don't know. I also been out of work for so long that now I don't want to go back to work. Uh, that's not an option, but it is an option. But it's not an option. Anywho, GK, I know you said like thank you for the templates and things, but I still wanted to um still wanted to go back through that for a second, just to check some of the templates. I have logged in some of these already in the past that are kind of broken now. Um, I don't know. And then I feel like I said that already. They have the same system, right? As I said, they have the checkboxes and all that, but yeah, mm, debatable if it's good or not. That section could be a thing, maybe for the bottom block right there, or something like this, which is longer text, which no one will read unless people that stay on the website for a certain amount of time. Um, but yeah, that pattern, which is what you added on the side, I saw it so many times that I now don't like it. I used to like it, obviously, because it's a pattern that works, but there is something about it that is just not good. So I don't know. But it's a trusted pattern for sure. Um, so the one that I saw earlier was these sections, which are the limited minimal prices. So you just have two packages instead of three, so that depends on you. If you wanted to have something similar to Design Joy with like a different prices model right there with like the tabs, that could be an option as well with the features that are available, which again, if all of your plans have the same type of features available, then it makes sense to me to have like the tabs here saying package one, package two, package three, and it's just highlighting the checks when you switch tabs. That would be pretty good. And again, the example that I'm talking about is this one, right? Just switching prices, having the content underneath change based on the price. That could be a thing based on you, but I like that. And other patterns that we saw, which is basically what you already have right here, which is not the how it works, but it's kind of similar. These are blog posts. It's the same looking pattern. And yeah, other than that, these pages are really simple. Most of the content that we have in the templates are gonna useful for like the banners. That banner right here is basically what I had in mind for the that quote. That's the word I was looking for. They do have some quotation blocks already made, but they are similar to what you have already created, so we're good with that. Or at least for me, I think we're good. Then yeah, that's about it. It's simple, but the title is not worth it for you right now to be able to get there. And then you said, "So glad you're on." Why? Do you have a question? Is that what you say? I'm guessing that's what you say. So yeah, I like the pricing things with the tabs. Could work better. Could. Yes, that's me. Something popped back in my head earlier this week about like losing hair and hair products that we talked about 3 weeks ago, and then and I think we had the discussion together. That is like one of the other thing that I didn't really touch on last time, which was reminded to me from one of the TikTok that I saw, is the minoxidil, which is the most common drug serum thingy that people are using. First of all, makes your hair texture like shit, so I hate it for that. And also, it has, as far as I remember, it's accepted naturally by only 40% of the population. So 60% of the people that will try it will not assimilate it properly because they lack a very specific type of enzyme that is on the scalp that most people don't have, and so you need an activator to be able to have the activation of the molecule itself that does the thing. And so that is pretty interesting and pretty sad. And so the person in question, that is like a very popular TikTok person now because they decided to regrow their hair without a hair transplant. It's too expensive, and I think they spent way more on products than if they just went to Turkey and had a hair transplant. Anyways, they had that reminder go through, which is pretty good, and also they had the reminder of the people that are trying minoxidil are stopping before they see results because the results take a lot of time, and also when you are starting using it, you have a bit of a decrease in hair quality and you lose some of your hairs, and then it comes back up to basically balding more while using it in the beginning, and then it regrows. And the thing that is sad with that is that the regrowth that you get with the product when you stop using the product, you lose or shed your regrowth that is non-natural, and because you basically lost your natural growth from using minoxidil in the first place, the shedding after the stop of the use is going to be greater than if you didn't use the product and just lost your hair naturally. That's the thing that is kind of sad. Also, minoxidil is like $15 per 3 spray bottle, at least in France. So it's extremely cheap. I don't know how much you use per month, per 3 months, per whatever. I think it's like 1 bottle per month, so it's like $15 for 3 months, which is $5 a month, which is nothing. But because you see results after the 3 to 6 months mark minimum, yeah, that's complicated. So, yeah, all that all that is pretty important and good to know. Um, there's a lot of side effects that are not good. Yeah, then if you are hired in a company, the first month is the acquisition months where you take and you become a sponge for the data and the information about the company and the product, and you just assimilate everything you can to get a better understanding of what the fuck they are doing. And you shouldn't, you will, but you shouldn't touch any design software or make any decision or do anything related to the product in that time, the first months. Usually it's the first 2 months because products are complex and it takes time to like gather information. But with that in mind, the first months, if you just got hired, the first months is it's not a thing. You shouldn't be there and try to design anything. But if after a month you still don't understand the product and there is still things that you are missing or lacking or understanding weirdly or you're unsure, then you can ask questions. That's always a good thing in companies. You just ask a question to someone that is supposedly more knowledgeable than you. The people I like to ask a question are the sales team. They usually don't see designers, but when you're a new designer, the sales team is the most knowledgeable design team on the company because they are the one that are selling features and explaining the features to the potential clients if that's some sort of a business pattern, if they have like sales that sells to external clients. If it's a B2C business, then that's a bit more complicated. Um, but if it's a B2B business, then you're pretty good. The sales team is going to be helpful. Just remember that the sales team is going to make up some features to polish the app, even though they don't exist, in order to make more sales. So some of the thing that it will tell you is non-existent. But overall, the sales team is going to help you more and faster than the non-sales team. And then again, after that, if you still don't understand, you just need to sit with either the design lead if you have one, or the CEO if you have one, or the person that hired you, and just ask the question and say things like as they are. Like, I've been here for X amount of time, and I still don't understand. Um, like shit. Hey, what if you had to design the first week you started studying the product? Well, I would design things that are not really good. I would design things that are visually good, but not necessarily good for the company, which is bad. Like, basically, I would spend the time to design something in the first week and then work on that feature that I just designed in the first week again 4 months later because I now understand the mistake that I did in my first week. So instead of wasting time and wasting money, I would just say that to the CEO or the managers or my superior and just say that's a waste of money for you, that's a waste of time for me, and I would rather understand what the fuck I'm doing rather than just jumping in and attempting to do something. Unless track back, unless the thing that I'm working on is social media assets. If I'm working on social media assets, I'm just taking what the fuck they have, building that into banners. That's it. And that works, usually. So yeah, if I had no choice, um, like that I needed to design something, I would, if I like the company, or I like the pay, depending on where you stand, um, I would design the things poorly during the day or as quickly as I can during the day, and then go into learning as much as possible during my time in the company when I'm not working on the thing that they have tasked me to do. And then when I'm done with that, or when I'm at home and I can focus on learning about the project and the products, I will do that on my own time, which is not the greatest. But in the beginning, if you are really in a demanding job that don't really explain things, which is bad, but whatever, shit happens. That is what I would do. I would just learn and research and do all these things on my own time, which is bad, but in the beginning you have no choice. So I will do that. I'll do that. I don't know that I see that, but it's for cats. Okay. I don't have any knowledge on that. Just kind of sad from what I'm seeing. At least the one that I'm seeing is for cats. Which is a cool search. So yeah, Denny, that's mainly gonna be it. Um, um, I mean, if you have a pet or an animal that is yours that has something, you're gonna be sad anyways. And even if you have a pet that is in full health and always good, you're gonna be sad anyways because they are gonna live a shorter life than you, most likely. So you're gonna be sad anyway. So I know that sounds sad, but that's the truth. Probably gonna outlive them. It's basically something from the cornea and the from what I just read a second ago, um, with the eyes and a bacterial infection that is extremely contagious. But I feel like it's treatable. But I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, and I just had that as a thing, which is in French for some reason on my non-French laptop. uh, but yeah, but it is curable apparently, which is good, right? Um, but yeah, that I mean, you can. You have some pictures on the side of how it looks. I don't want to show you that. Uh, but yeah, then the overall, um, I understand what needs to be designed, but don't know what to design because I don't know what content the user expects. Yes, so you need to either become your users, which is not possible, or you need to just learn the entire app, current app, and then have the mental image of what happens in the app. Which is not that like complicated. It is a lot of information, but it's not that complicated. Like once you have the mental model of that was very French of me. The mental model, mental model of the app and how it works and how the user is navigating through it. You should be good into like adding and modifying some of the flows that exist. I feel like we have a lot of reconnection lately, which is kind of sad and bad. We don't have drop frames and all that. And Cat, good job on burning your face. You did good. Yeah, I mean, I get that, Malcolm. I get that. But even if she has the thing, try to find a treatment. If that's the situation, try to find a treatment. It is curable. Apparently, it can be as seen a host for the bacteria, not having the disease present or visible, but still be contagious for other cats. So that's a thing to keep in mind. They say it's extremely contagious, so I don't know how that is, but apparently that is. Um, and uh, and no, like a cat cannot learn from the Hobbit. Not now. Not after what happened today, which is nothing. Cat stayed in bed all day, which is good. A rest day. I mean, not all day. Cat had a meeting this morning. This morning at 1 p.m. But yeah, today was a rest day, and so it was a sleepy oven potato. Therefore, opening the oven without thinking about it makes sense. Yes, yes, it makes sense. Yeah, nothing was wrong with being in bed all day. I do the same thing. The main difference is that on my bed there is my iPad and I'm reading Japanese stuff. So I'm on my bed all day. But I'm practicing. Um, yeah, like I mean, us being in France, having like a bit of uh, having a bit of a cheaper veterinarian support, I would nonetheless go there and just get the medicine right away. And yeah, that's about it. So it's just like I would rather you go there and get a treatment because it is a lifetime treatment. But yeah. I did. I mean, Hugo, I went to the gym today. I went to my Japanese class. I came back, and then I did some Japanese practices, and now I'm stripping. And I have a fat ass headache behind this eyes. It's sad, but I'm still there. Yeah, we're doing three now, Lenny. I moved to three, unless there is a day where I'm extremely tired and all that. We're gonna do three now, which give me the idea of bring you back what we used to have, which is the option to make me do one or three. That way, you can make me do four. Debatable, all that. Still an option. I don't know. I don't know if I will bring that back. Maybe. Potentially. I doubt it. We never know. So yeah. Regarding the job, Denny, I think you should just. I have a massive issue on connection apparently. I think I would just get the hang of the app itself and make sure that I understand most of it or all of it, and specifically the flow that I'm working on. If they, I don't know, I'm gonna say something dumb, but if I'm currently needing to work on the sign up pages or on the creation of an element, an item in the app, and that's the current flow that I'm working on, and I don't understand what it does, I will just look at the flow in its entirety from what I have. If I don't have access to that, I will do it on my phone or on my computer if it's a user-based app. So just creating an account and do the thing. And then from there, once I have better understanding of that flow, I will then push out what I could create as a betterment for what exists. But other than that, you don't have plenty of options if you don't understand the thing. You need to make sure that you understand, otherwise you're gonna not be good. And not saying that you're gonna not be good, but it's like you're gonna create something that you're gonna need to rework on. And with the time delay of you entering gonna do timeline, you entering the company here and needing to work on something there, like immediately, and then once you've done that design thing, you send it to the dev work on it, and then when they release it, maybe you move to another feature, whatever. And then when they release it, there is like a bit of time, and then the users use it, they find a lot of issues with it because it doesn't work as expected. And now the work that you have done there that has been dev, that is in testing, doesn't work. You need to work on that again, the devs as well. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. So I would start and say I need to understand what the fuck I'm working on, and then work on that understanding first. So yeah, it becomes a problem when an app is hard to access online and Figma prototypes are broken. If the prototypes are broken, you can still navigate through the pages. So, for example, I'm not saying the prototypes are broken, but the prototypes are broken because they don't exist on Stoney's No Mercy Figma file. There is no real prototype happening. We just have the pages. And so if I'm looking at, I don't know, this, for example, and I'm saying, this is my homepage or library page, and I have all the options, that is, I don't really know, but it's the next page in line. Therefore, it must be either like a click on something or I don't know. And then I have this one, which is the same, it has the same background, and maybe that's the name of the page is called the user or profile page. So I'm good with that. I could extrapolate the fact that it might be like a cast member sent here. I can see that it's the same image. I don't think that's a good thing or not a good thing. I have no clue, but it might be that. And so I'm seeing the similarities, and I'm seeing things, and things are not the same, things are the same, whatever. And then I go into here and I'm like, what the fuck is that? I don't know. I see that the collection is selected on the side. So maybe this is a collection, but I have no clue. There is these other three things that are selected. And then I'm going here and I don't know what that is, but that's something. Then I'm going here and I don't know what that is, but that's something. And that's about it. So I'm seeing stuff and there is no real explanation of what the screens are, but they are screens. And some of them have visual relationships, as in these two pages are basically the same pages, to the extent that this one has a card that takes all the content, and this one has just a mini card at the top, and then the content is something different, like a different type of component. But other than that, there is no flow defined. It's just like the main frames and the main pages, which is okay. That's all that a dev needs, and then the in between pages that can be extrapolated from the dev by the devs. The designer doesn't need to do that. And then I move on to the next thing, and I'm like, okay, so what the fuck is that? And I can just deep dive in and see that this is a bit of an issue. I think that's a stony issue. I get it. You know, all that. And I'm just looking at the pages. Maybe if they have titles, maybe they don't have titles. I don't know. Like this one has a title. The title specifically is this one, which you don't see. But that's gonna be it. That's the simplicity. So I do understand that if you arrive on that file, you may have a bit of an issue on understanding what you're seeing and trying to find not a solution, but like a solution on how to achieve or follow the path. Maybe Marco. Marco is going to be kind of similar. Mainly I'm saying Marco because most of the thing that I've seen from him is app related and in-app related design, but also there is a ton of thing that he has worked on that I haven't really seen. So maybe Marco. Not really. Kinda. I guess not as much as we expect. But yeah, it's a bit of a different thing. Currently, again, based on where we are here, on my likes, for apps specifically, I don't think I have like a ton of apps. Also, for those of you who have seen like players and weird ass things, this one is kind of interesting for a music player. I'm not saying that it's good, but it's interesting. UI 8 has been pretty good in generating like app related UIs lately and sharing their creations. So they've been like growing their basically following really quickly lately. So that's pretty good. Who else has built some apps lately that I feel are good? Not much happened in apps, to be honest, or at least on my feed, not much. Um, I think I'm gonna say something. Luke is good. Is French though, but he's good. Uh, I yeah, I think getting your inspiration only from James August, Marco, Gia, all these people that are doing like UI design in general is not good, and you should have a broader, crappier feedback loop in what you're seeing. So this one, for example, I like a lot. All of the thing that UI has been creating in the past few months has been pretty good, with again a lot of like glass-ish patterns, like Apple Vision Pro design type of thing, which is pretty good. But yeah, Luke, if you have never seen, heard, followed, good French, but good. Um, he's been creating these things that I love in the apps that is building or has been building with the company he's working for. On Click, there are some amazing interactions, as in, I don't know if you can tell, but the ripples are gradiented colored, and these are really on click. When you click, you have that ripple effect of glowy things. You also have like the shadow in between or behind the drop down menu is really that angled thingy on that specific drop down that he's working on, and there is a ton of things like this everywhere in what he's creating. And so there is a ton of little details that is really good. So I would highly recommend you to check them out. This is like just the newer trend, uh, which is good. Not saying it. I'm not saying anything about it. It is good, um, but it is the current trend. So go to UI8, because if that's what you like to see, UI8 is currently doing that, creating an entire UI kit for it, and it is containing a ton of really, really interesting design interactions, effects, transitions, all of that. I don't know if it's like Figma based. I don't know exactly what it's going to be on, when it's going to be released. I have no clue. They're working on that. That's all I know. And so you can go into it there and check all of the things that they have built so far. And yeah, like, yeah, this is January 2025. Yeah, started to do that. I'm thinking they've started like when the Vision Pro has been released in a way. So it's probably going to be good at the end of the day. Shit like this. That's a different thing. So yeah, I guess agencies, design agencies would be pretty good overall to give you like some feedbacks, or not feedbacks, but like inspirations. And then again, Dribble, like even if it's not that good, it is still good. So if you're just looking for popular things and you want to look at mobile apps, you click on mobile and you just look at what happened and what has been designed. And then in there will be some good things, there will be some bad things. No like doubt about it. But some of them will be more interesting to you than others, and you can just get inspiration from that rather than the rest that you don't like, which makes a lot of sense. Just know what the thing that you don't like are, and that way you don't do them. If that makes sense to you. At least it makes sense to me. So I don't know. Dribble is going to be pretty good. Like I love, for example, on Dribble, I love Gleb. I don't know if I can find Gleb from here. No, I can't because that doesn't exist anymore. I mean, it's just there. Anyways, Gleb has been creating a ton of interactions, AI related stuff, transitions, all these which we talked about in the past. Most of his shots on Dribble are videos because they are like the transitions are really good. If I were to be inspired mainly and only by that, there are a ton of things here that are not working for me. Like accessibility wise, here this is bad. Like I can't read shit. It does look cool, man. I'm not gonna deny that. Most of his transitions and things are extremely impressive. But is it like sustainable? Is it good for me to just be inspired by that and focusing on creating these? Is that like a thing that would be working for other clients? I don't think so. So being inspired by James and August and Marco and Gleb, it's gonna be detrimental at the end of the day because I probably will not have a client that requires me to create a glass-looking mockup for a wallpaper series. Like, probably not gonna happen. And even if that happened, because you know, I never know. Is it exactly what I want to do? I don't know. I can have like this is most likely what I would be creating because I love to travel to Japan, for example. I could create a flight-related app. But then I'm thinking about it for 2 seconds and I'm like, well, there is already 50,000 flying related apps. How can I make one that stands out? I don't know. And then Glebs comes up, do that one, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna attempt anything. So you know. Damn. I don't know if that answered your question. Oh, I've seen that person work in the past, yes. But never followed them though. It's great. I followed someone new today, which is pretty good. It's not working. Database things don't work, which is sad. And what was I gonna say? Dang. That person that is at the top of my likes and Jill, which I discovered today, has been creating a ton of things that are extremely impressive. Like this is his website, which is not public just yet, and these are the details that he or she, I don't know, that they have put in their landing page. As in, this is the hero header. It's great. It is great. And if you want to check that out, do that. But currently their website is this, and it has the effects, the dual slides, the thing is coming soon, and that's all we know. But already The coming soon page is great. BX, hi. Or Gates, I don't know how you want me to pronounce the name, but fine. Thank you for chatting. Also, how are you? Who are you? How did you find this stream? But yeah, this is great. There is like a ton of little details and things that they have added in their latest experiments on Framer. And this is fucking impressive. Like, I like that. And there is not much. There is enough. Enough to see that they have a sense of texture and like physicality again. It's not the greatest physicality thing. I've seen better. As in, I've made better. But it's still good. And I don't know how much design experience they have. I just know they have joined in 2024, which is like last month. So, yeah. Just follow them. Good design overall. Not the creation of the links, Stony, because it's different streams. It will be. Right now, it's not. Or, let me rephrase that. Right now, it is feasible, but it's annoying as fuck. So I don't want to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a waste of time when I can just have what I have on the PC right now, which is combine chat with everything, and the chat that I don't see because it cannot be combined on the side, and it's open, and I have all the chats in one place. I'm good with that. I don't need to do anything. It just works. It's there. Hey, it's good. And I have nothing to do, and it's free of my time, of money, all day. So, you know. Obviously, I'm not a dev. I don't want to dev anything. Anywho. That's about it. We have some icons to finish, kind of. I don't know if I did the whole thing. Oh no, I never wanted to go into dev. I want to be able to chat with the devs. That's a very different thing. It's being able to communicate is more important to me than anything else when it comes to the devs. Yeah, I have no interest in being a dev. The mobile doesn't have any direction, so mobile is not going to move until I have direction. And direction of I need everything, it's not a direction. I'm not going to touch that until I have what I need. I see. What the fuck? Sorry. How is that not aligned now? You haven't? Otherwise I would know. Which is not the case. What the fuck happened with this? That page is bad. Oh, because it's the same thing here. I see. Ah. Dang. You can't really explain whatever you want and the direction you want to go in Twitch chat. Let me be clear with that. Like, that's not an option. That is not a direction. There's a potential need, but that is too small of a requirement for me to do anything. So technically this thing is gonna need to be set somehow like this, which is kind of sad, but I get it. I feel like I fixed some of these things. That's crazy. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? The reason why I'm working or touching these icons specifically is because when we use them on one of the pages, I forgot which one exactly. I think it's one of the adding content flow, or maybe some of the icons right there. Basically, the file icons was way smaller than the rest of the icons in the bunch, and so I bumped them visually to 18 in height when they used to be 16, and so just to add to the visual weight and ensure that they are kind of better. And the sharp ones haven't been touched, and the duotone haven't been touched as well. So some of them, and technically most of them, are currently kind of fucked up with the values. So I need to figure out how I want to go about it to recreate these icons based on the one that I have fixed here. So I can always like take all of the things that are here in icon format and then transfer them on the other files and then re-edit them as I did, or just edit the main files right there, because that's also a thing. I don't know. Right now, I don't know. The main reason why I didn't do that is because some of these ones have already radiuses that are set in the pixels, and just realigning these properly, it's just going to be kind of bad. So I need to figure it out, and that takes some time. It's a sad thing. So yeah, not that we need that for the mobile version right there, but it's just that we have the basics of mobile, which is homepage, library page, library detail page. I don't know exactly about this one. I'm unsure. I'm debating about the thing that I built for the other app with the tab bar at the bottom. I think that could be interesting. Complicated, but interesting. But if we don't have a tab bar like this, maybe just that. That's fine. It just works. That's the thing that is pretty good for now. That this is an okay behavior and it does the job. of displaying the things, which is good. Steffi, hi. Welcome in. How have you been? How is everything on your side? Also, where are you right now? That sounds really tricky. Are you back in the Japanese land, or are you back in not that land? I feel like you're still on the other side. I don't know why my brain is went there. Hi. But this is pretty okay. I don't have the transitions right now, but it's an okay behavior so far. We can have like the main navigations, the main things, and then when we go into our section or selections, we are good. And I don't know exactly. I feel like that's gonna kind of work. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Cosmos? The background? That's what you're calling the Cosmos thing? That's what's up? It's an image. It's an image. What do you mean it's hard to do? It's an image. It is basically an image with a radial gradient on top of it. And then there is a background. So if you need this thing sliced, I can slice it, but it's an image on top of a gradient that gives you like the glow, and then on top of a gradient that is the background itself. But that's it. Then why are you complaining? These people. If you've done it. Hmm? 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 One second. Anyways, it's not the same because I technically changed the radial thing in between the two because I wanted to highlight that we are currently looking at the search. So there should be a transition in between the two, but it doesn't work in the current state of how Figma does everything. And for me to do that properly, it doesn't. It's not an option. So that's why it kind of changed. I do prefer this one personally. The highlight is greater and a bit better than this one. So now it's the same on both. Ta-da! Because the idea is the same thing, right? The idea is to have that thing go down, that thing go up, that slides down and stack with the keyboard, whichever keyboard we use. If we use the native one, right now I'm on the iOS devices. So, yeah. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I made it, thanks to you specifically, I made a transition with opacity here on top of my head. So I disagree that opacity on transition is magic. No. You helped me do that. So Anyways, yeah, I have a feeling that this is okay overall. Good. I'm just unsure about the libraries section where it's good, but it's not right. See? Uh, an image that gradients from 0 to 100%. All the pages, the name of the pages, the content of all the pages, the transitions, or technically the content of each of the pages, and the limitation that mobiles has compared to desktop, and that is on each pages. And currently, I have nothing other than everything needs to be there, which is nothing. Again, Stoney, I have something for you right there. If you have an image, whatever it is, that's not the same space I wanted to see, but it's gonna be fine. If you have an image and you need that image to gradientize from 0% to 100%, you can have another div on top that is taking the color of the background and that is going through 0% to 100%, and ta-da! You have your gradient going from 100% opacity to 0% opacity without having to touch the image itself. You can also have something that is a bit more strong in the center, if that's the thing that you want to do, or if you wanted to have somehow that it gives you that transition effects, but it's not on the image itself. It's just an overlay. So it shouldn't be magic, as you say. It should just be as simple as it can be in order to have something and then publish and do the stuff that needs to be done. Anywho, if I'm going with this as a main concept, this is the current state of, hold on. God damn, Figma is so slow. It's crazy. ChatGPT can help you with the CSS. It's pretty okay. Pretty okay. Oh, shit. Fuck. I forgot that detail, which is bad, but it's okay. Should be good. Which is what I just did right there. And last time, I don't know why you flipped out. It's way easier that way. Makes much more sense. Oh, impressive. Lol. Good. Cat, you became as efficient as me in OBS. OBS is easy. It's the oh state. If I don't have our state, if I'm not hovering things, we're good. I change that. Um, I mean, I loved none of the search cards, so I doubt you did, but good. I just said it would be more interesting, better to have like filters underneath. That's all I said. Much better. Oh, our state don't exist, but I don't have a choice here. I feel like that's gonna be fine. I feel like that's gonna be way easier to navigate and have your content, and you have your libraries. You have, when you arrive on your libraries, you have something that is pushed to you as a this is your content, this is the thing that you have on your server, and it's a recommended things, the same thing that we have on desktop, and then you have your libraries by libraries. And then when you click on one library, you have a lazy loading of 50 elements by 50 elements or 100 elements by 100 elements, and you can scroll through. We are lacking some potential search specifically in there. I feel like this is going to be much better to have like a search bar somewhere in there rather than having it here. That's a debatable point. I don't know. And then the letters on the side, which are going to break the entire design, but fine. It might happen, could happen, might be a thing. I will never use real images. And then on the home page, which is the home page, you just have access to the search because you just want to look for something to do or watch. Therefore, you arrive on what? The search. That makes sense.
It's muscle time!
Hi. I changed the hand position so that I can clean more dust. Apparently, my internet is shit today, and chat has a bit of an issue with, or maybe it's the new version of the app on the app. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, it is. Chat has been reconnecting for you as well. Well, it's a Twitch thing then. We'll get the name. I don't think we need to go back to the the two columns with the letter control. I think the letter control can be added. It's just that it's going to be a bit of a pain to be added, but it's not impossible to have. and I just need to have the layer controller somewhere because I forgot where I put it. I know it is somewhere. Right there. At this level, you don't look at that. I see. What do I have here? With that. The newest version of the beta software from this thing has been kind of bad, and yeah, I lost some things. Anyways, if I'm looking at my TV shows, again, there's something that I said many times since we started having a bit of a look up at that, which is users don't need a title as long as we have posters, and you have posters for most of the things. And yeah, like if I have something in there that is somehow that doesn't have like a poster, it's gonna take either the logo only, or if it's not the case, it's just gonna give me like the blue background with the text in the center, and I don't have the letters on the side. I don't have anything. I just have filters, which is what I said last week. That would be much better to have filters right there rather than these bitches. But you know. And then yeah, I appreciate the iPad. Yeah, iPad option's good. But yeah, that is. I wish scroll was a thing in that entire app, but it's not, sadly. And yeah, there is multiple options for how things are displayed in that app specifically. I'm just using that app as a reference. But yeah, simple. It works. It has the content that we need. It's the exact same thing. I'm looking for a grid. I'm probably going to use that, which is one of the reasons why I do feel like that is not necessary, and what we had earlier is much better, with the title not being necessary as well, or at all. Yeah. And what's the issue? It's not. I know they take ages to load. This website is kind of, it's kind of bad. This version of the website is kind of bad. I mean, they all have their titles. Like, title is here, title is here, title is here, title is here, 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 here. It might be less visible than if it was written in text. But if you are someone who watches something, you know the something that you are watching. So, dang. And if I go into looking for movies or upcoming movies or whatever, I just have that, which is bad, but I have that. And even in mobile version, it's a weird behavior, but it works. I feel like this needs a refresh. Yeah. Like the expectations, again, this is an expectation thing, and I know that you may not have the same expectations, but the expectation of the speed of behavior and interactions on mobiles are much greater than the one on desktop. So a user on mobile will expect to be able to click on something, have the content, click back, whatever. If they can't see the title properly, they are not sure, they click on it, they have the content, they go back. Specifically, if you have buttons navigations on your phone, like as an Android phone, or if you are on swipes on iPhone, you can just click on something, swipe back, be done. And on desktop, you're just gonna hover something and it's gonna be fine most of the time, right? So to me, I wouldn't have that, and I wouldn't have the letters on the side either, because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't help in any ways, and yeah. Right now the font is 15, which is big for regular use. So it could go up to or down to 12 for these and 12 for these, or 10 for these for the subtitle if we wanted to have the subtitle, but I don't think it's necessary. The subtitle was basically just for the year. If we have multiple movies that have the same name, or multiple animes that have the same name, currently we have the latest, newest adaptation of One Piece that is coming out this year. And so there is One Piece 2024 and One Piece Original or something. Therefore, there would be like different timeline underneath. That was the idea for me. Subtitle is not like a subtitle. Subtitle is mostly like just data that is important or would be important for understanding. That is the idea. God damn, I see. So yeah, I would do that, personally speaking. Let's check this. Oh, interesting. It's this. Yeah. And subtitle, as I just said, the subtitle is going to be way more important than the title, because you have things. But yeah. Uh, can you, on your side, make me a zip that contains 50 posters, like 25 movies, 25 TV shows? TV shows, anime, whatever. Is that an option for you? Like, is that easier for you than me doing it manually? If you do that, I can just attempt and copy, not copy paste, like place things faster, I think. Yeah, but it doesn't work. That's the... It's kind of... Just deny. See, it doesn't. It doesn't. It does something here, but it doesn't edit whatever I have. Kernel? What is kernel? No, I am not logging in to a plugin. No. 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 Ah. Even on regular fucking things. Even if I click on just one, it doesn't work. So you can't tell me that it works, not the way that I want it. It just doesn't work. Even, even if it's one rectangle at a time, it doesn't do anything. It does something, as in unselect, reselect, but it just doesn't add what's needed to be added. And then on one single frame as well, with the other plugin when we post the thing, it states something went wrong. Therefore, something went wrong. Like that. Maybe it's a Figma thing, you know. That's fine. Well, we never know. We never know what happened, how things happen. I have no clue. Hey, yeah. I just needed to get like a transition effect to check how that was like behaving. So I just created that, and also checked the clickable zones for these. I just condensed everything to one very tiny thing. Yes, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. Nah. I know I could, but it's a waste of time. Using advanced prototyping is not gonna result in what you want to have most of the time, which is extremely sad for me. Like I wish they made it better. Um, but right now, even if I went into like advanced prototyping and go into something like uh, an interactions or a click or whatever, it's just not worth it. Like it doesn't do enough to be as good as the dev, and it does and take too much time to put in place to waste that time on potentially creating like another page. It is not fun. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the viruses. Let's hope. And AVF. AVF. AVIF. Sorry. AVF is really French. Um, I don't know if Figma take that into consideration. I have a lot of doubts when it comes to Figma understanding and allowing that to be placed. I guess we're gonna see, you know. Yeah, not that. Sorry, that's a different one. So where are you at? Where's place? Really? They removed place? Good. I was scared for a second. I don't want to drop them in because that's an option. I want to use the place option that gives me the ability to just click on a shape and just have the thing done and placed in the right spots. That's not a goddamn it Figma. That's a you not thinking about the fact that it's an heavy IF. Definitely. Yeah, that doesn't go through. And I doubt. Yeah. Shit, forgot. Dang. Can I just be you know, cool. That doesn't work. That's good to know. I know that it works if I go into like I think in my documents I may have 3 images, for example, and technically that's the thing that I wanted to do, making sure that this is like placing the image right where it needs to be, but it doesn't work, so that's fine. Yeah, I had to do like a ChatGPT katakana exports, but it didn't work. It didn't give me the JSON file as I wanted it to be, and technically Figma gave me a better job than what I had. So that's impressive. Like the Figma replace or like translate, basically, like rewrite. I said rewrite this thing and replace any hiragana character with the katakana uh, counterpart and keep the English words, and it was fine with that. Whereas ChatGPT couldn't do the same thing, which is really weird. But you know, whatever, that worked. Anywho, um, let me just put you on a different perspective. You may have lost 2 centimeters of biceps that were water retention and fat around the muscle itself. So maybe you lost sizes, but you didn't lose strength. I think. I don't know. I hope. In the morning when I come back from the gym, I have my old t-shirts that are tight on the arms. and then on the rest of the day is fine. I have space still. Let's see option number 2. These are JPEG 4. No, that doesn't change shit in the fact that this is not gonna work. So I'm just gonna do that. Oh, it's gonna be a pain. Such a pain. Oh, this is annoying as fuck. I see. That is sad and bad at the same time. I see, I see. Why? See, when someone asked about Figma, like, being shit, this is what I'm talking about. Why is the swap image now generate new? Like, I don't give a fuck about that. I just want to swap the fucking image. And it doesn't want to. That's sad. Let me just check. We never know. I doubt it. Does it work? 4. God damn it. See? Dang. God damn it. I hate it. Because it's take more time than this.
It's muscle time!
Already? God damn. Timing is bad. Timing is bad. I was at an angle. I decided to do the thing at an angle for no reason. So, starting to answer your question, because you had the question, I can 100% do that. Yes. That is bad. Because if I do that, and then, I don't know, I have like, but now I have these ones that are done. If I wanted to then select my content and change each of them one by one, it's not gonna work as intended. Because that, when I'm applying the style, I'm losing the radius, I'm losing the effect, I'm losing all of the things that are supposed to go through. That's why it's bad. But yeah, I can do that. I can just have the image. It's not really a problem. Can't load. Have a good banana time, I guess. The good thing is we have some posters with like lighter background, which is pretty good. Very pretty, which is okay. Like 3 more and then we're good. Oh, thank you. I don't need the titles. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna go as far as titles. I do these. There's just 9 of them. I mean, for you, yeah. For me, it's not. Not that I care. But it's not. I'm fucking up the lines and things as well. I see that. Because I can't, like, repick the right section every time. Doesn't matter anyway. Why 2 clicks? There's a lot of Ant-Mans in there. Oh, there's a nice Loki poster. Yeah, this one was the most voted out. I had no clue. I'm lazy. Interesting. Um, ah, shit. Okay. I can't zoom more than that. It's kind of sad. Anyways, that is the current state of the design. And that is a potential state of the design. I feel like, personally speaking, I know you are looking at it through the stream, and it's smaller than what you can see. But if I have content, and it's my content, or even if I have made a search, and I'm seeing these titles, even though Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is like non-readable for real, right there, it's still readable. And if we have that, like, on top of usually the placement of the title of the movie, like, I can't zoom in, which is so sad. That's noise for no fucking reason. So, personally speaking, I feel like this is much better. Because it's just a poster, and you can just focus on the poster, and you're good. Which, to me, feels better, but also, you know, I don't know. I'm just reusing that as a pattern, because that works. And specifically, if we're using the same principle, and I'm looking for something, and I have that, as a pattern, which is like you just have your list with the thing that you're looking for, and you click on the one that you are needing to check. You go back into your search if that wasn't the one that you wanted. And your libraries of the thing that you own, because your library are your things for now, and then like even in the future, mostly be your libraries. I don't think fonts is a good idea, personally speaking. Saying that mainly because of these. I think the title is there. I can 100% bump the background radius of that linear gradient and have that be darker at the bottom. Not a non-option. Just to ensure that we have like more readability, but that kind of darken the entire thing. Or the entire page. So I don't know. Personally, I would go with that, but whatever. How can I make that work? I don't think that would work. None of them have a easy to read title right there. Just to be honest, there is not a maybe Spider-Man is readable. None of them have a readable title. It's just like we know the actors, the posters, the movie type, all of that. So that makes sense. Right now we have Fade with a title, which I don't like. I would rather have no title at all because the title is just on the poster 99% of the time. When you have a movie or a TV show, unless we don't have the data. If we don't have the data, then it's a different problem. That's fine. But I would rather have this with no titles, and for the potential cases where you have one thing that like have no posters, then you just display the color of the theme plus the title at the bottom to ensure that we have the data. But like, because we need the title, because there is no recognition possible, but the rest makes more sense without titles. Anyways, the question that I have right now from myself to myself is if we go with the system that I said, which is libraries is here, and we have just a count the micro carousel with 12 elements right there, which is the 12 elements there. And then you have TV shows, because that's one of your libraries, and you go into your TV shows. Technically, this is not the TV show it's posted, but whatever. Right now, if you reloaded the page, you don't know in which libraries you are at that instant. And that's what I'm thinking about. I don't want to have a title header, and I don't want to put the header here because Tony is going to want to have his logo somewhere. which I think we could get rid of it when we are inside of a library and replace it with the title of the current page. But I don't know. I don't know. I am on the sides. This one. And the thing is, again, because it's a user-defined titles for your libraries, even though I'm expecting the users to have a pretty good management of their own titles, we never know if they are like, I don't know, German, Arabic, languages that take like way more space, and they have an extremely specific title that they want to give their libraries. We may end up with like something like this, and that's not the best. It's not an issue, but it's not the best. What do you mean it is portrait mode? I don't think landscape will work. Like, we can do the same thing that we've done. With the layout shift, the layout shift, which basically would end up with the movies upcoming discovery layout. No, I know you're joking, but this is an option which, again, true, but not there. That mode would have titles displayed because these banners are not data that necessarily contain the titles. Like, some of them do, but not all of them. And so also we don't know where the title is on the cover, so we can't have like a practical repeatable thing happen. So that's a thing, or a sad thing. But we could have like one of these views, yes, for sure. Yes, for sure. I feel like this is fine. It's not the best, but it's okay. Right? That makes sense. We only have them every 20 minutes. So in 4 minutes, we will have a new one. That's what it means. Which means I need to raid someone in the next 3 minutes to ensure that doesn't happen. Yeah, because you want a mobile version. The mobile version has no business existing. Stony. Like, if the main goal of your software is digitizing and archiving your movies and TV shows and content and medias, and that's the main goal, consumption of your media is not a thing, because your main goal is to archive and digitize. So you just have a version that you can access and send to another computer, and then you play it on the other computer. That's about it. Right now, you want it to be also a player, which is not necessary. And I'm not saying that you need to separate desktop and mobile. I need that they need to behave very differently. Mobile doesn't digitize. Mobile doesn't manage the server. Mobile doesn't do shit. It just consume content, and that's it. Which is dumb, because people shouldn't consume content on mobile. Movies specifically, because most of us have small ass screens. But yeah, we shouldn't have a mobile version. Like, this shouldn't exist. You should launch something on desktop that works, that does the management of the server, the digitization of the content, and the archiving of the content that you have, and the optional watching of the content, because that is not the main goal of your software, which you just explained and said in writing, which is good. I can take a screenshot of that. So the consumption and watching of the medias or listening of the medias is a secondary thing, which right now you make a priority, which is not the case, shouldn't be the case. And yeah, that thing, which is one of the reasons why you wanted to have it in the first place, because your goal at the beginning was to replace Plex, because Plex did something to you that you didn't like. Therefore, your goal is not to have a digitizing and archiving software, is to have a replacement for Plex, which also does at the same time archiving and digitizing. So it's not the truth. What you said is not true. You want a streaming platform for yourself, which makes sense. Therefore, I'm making a streaming platform because it makes more sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ripping and encoding is what you wanted to do based on your first message. I'm gonna just zoom in on that. That's ripping and encoding. Therefore, streaming is a second thing. And right now, with what you're just saying in this later on message, you want also, you want also a streaming platform, which goes against that statement. So you don't, that's not your number one goal. Your number one goal is to do the automatization of the digitizing and archiving and the streaming of that content that you just digitized and archived. So your goal is not that. So you're lying again. I don't care. But this goes against this. Because you want to automate one part but not the others. No. The archiving doesn't happen on mobile. It will never happen on mobile. You are not going to upload something from your mobile device. No. No. No, it's not a thing. In your dashboards, you told me that the completion takes about 5 minutes tops per movie. Songs take about 3 seconds each, and right now that's the only thing that you have. So, oh, you mean completionness, as in uh, the amount of content that you have? Yeah, that's why I don't want to do the mobile, because you don't understand how things work. So, do you think I have everything that we need to have in terms of features that are displayed in the full fucking screen that I have tried to plan out to get a bit of a feedback on the layout as a basic thing? Really? I've been trying to get some feedback from you for the past, I don't know, 2, 3 weeks in what type of layout do you want to have? What is the design that works best? Do you want something that has like a full feed, a card feed, multiple tabs at the bottom, not multiple tabs at the bottom, something that is a bit better? In my views, I have had no feedback, nothing. Right now, I'm just on layout. I don't give a shit about the content. I just making sure that the layout and the behavior in between pages works. If you really want me to have or add something like, I don't know, that, which is going to be your completion, done. You have your completion. Now fuck off. Think about the layout. It's the only thing that matters. Making sure that we have something that makes sense to anyone, anytimes. That's all. The rest is just useless sureties, things that are absolutely meaning nothing. We have no interest in that. It's just right now I'm on layout. I've been on layout. We have 4 screens, which technically 3, but yeah, we have 4 screens. Like one for the search, which is the homepage and its secondary state, one for the library and its secondary state, and one for the music with no secondary state, with no album, no playlist, no artist, no genre of music, nothing. What the fuck are you talking about? Completion indicators. Why are you so stubborn on that thing? Makes no sense. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't care, which is also a thing, but I don't get it. Mm. That makes no sense. Good. Changes nothing. Helps in no way. I don't know about this section. That's mostly where I'm landing right now. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I don't like it either. There is something about it that is pissing me off compared to what we currently have on desktop, where technically the homepage doesn't have things or have much. It's a different layout. I do get why you want the thing that you want. You just want the thing that you want at a time that is non-existent. It's as if I was currently telling you that I wanted to have animations on a page that you still haven't designed. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, no. Absolutely not. If I tell you that today I want to have tracking on subtitles in multiple languages with the same type of feedback that I have as here, where I'm currently watching, I don't know, maybe not here because I'm not in the right pages, but maybe I'm here and I have, I don't know, these types of subtitles that have like Friga down stop. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna give me that as an option. But if I'm asking today that I need that because that's something that is really important to me, it makes no sense. You're not even working on subtitles today. And that's basically what you're saying. So that's about it. And actually, the goal is not to read the titles. It's a bit crazy today. Most of you don't have ever, apparently ever. Dora, hi. Cool. How have you been? It's been a while. No understanding of how things are supposed to happen. I'm fine with that. I don't give a shit about the sizes of the posters. That doesn't change shit to me. Domino, hi. We're going in. I don't think it's much better. I think it's worse in terms of consumption of content based on the feedback that we've had for the past 2 weeks, which is a user can have 10,000 items in their entire feed, implying that if you are a user that has a database that is huge and you have a ton of content, you kind of want to have a list that is easy to parse with as much content as possible per row to be sure that you can scroll through as much as possible, as fast as possible. The difference right now, if we go into this thing, and actually I changed that, and this, like basically the amount of scroll that we are gonna need to do on mobile to reach this one is gonna be way greater than this one. So, you know. No, if more than 20 movies, 3 columns makes no sense. It is. But that's the thing that doesn't seem to go through anyone's heads right now, which I don't give a fuck. And Stony giving me a feedback as I like the layout of the homepage. Which one? There is three. I've been talking about one specific one for the past 3 days, but that doesn't mean that that's the one that you've seen. Again, I have like 3 versions, so. Eh. And anyways, that doesn't change shit. If you're here and that's fine by you and you want to have the titles and the things visible, I'm good with that. It's still functional with 2, yeah. No, there is no issues with 2. It's just that I'm personally used with other platforms that currently exist that have more than 3, and it's much better. Like this is the mobile version. This is like way wider. Obviously, this is the tablet version, but this is the mobile version of this one, and I feel like it's much better. And even if I were to be like somewhere around here, which is like a more reasonable, have a good rest actually. There you go. More reasonable like screen size. Like it's still 3, and it makes sense. I thought you said you'd give it a try for what I said here, because that message I give it a try came after I said this one with no underneath title, and just when we don't have a poster, we have a title, which makes sense to me. But whatever, I don't care at all. Like if 2 works for you, 2 works for you. I'm good with that. I don't care. And if the home works for you, which is what you said, like homepage, if you like the homepage, there is no scroll. Just want to remind that there is no scroll. You could have like a bit of a carousel thing that moves at the same time with the movies, like a selection of, I don't know, 6, 12, 15 movies that just rotate, which would be a circular carousel. I doubt it. And then you have your search and your presets. This is the homepage. This is the home of the app. Therefore, the homepage, even though the main feature of that page is the search, which is called search, yes, but this is the homepage. And the homepage is where you start. Yeah, a scroll like a roulette. That's what I have in mind. I feel like it's a better scroll experience as well, but hey, whatever. And then here, I'm not sure about that section on the library. I do prefer that behavior when it comes to quickly scrolling through your own libraries, because your own libraries is the thing that you have and owned and have access to. At the click of a button, the search is going to give you things that you may have on your server, but also may have access to through a streaming service, which is the goal. So I feel like in here, there might be like a need in these cards to have media title, availability, and release date, or release date and availability, as in like a tag that says Netflix, YouTube Premium, whatever. Same thing that I have right here, right? Where to watch, you have these things. So maybe something right there could be interesting. Anyways. And then on music, another discussion because that's not done yet. Well, that's not really an option, Stoney. You can't have we can't really, which is what I asked last week. we can't really have that navigation option if we don't have a home tab, which is what we had here. If we had a home tab, which I don't know why it's in French now, but that happens. If we have a home tab, then we can use that as a home page. The thing is, a home tab is useless because main goal of being like a copy of here, which I guess, yes, there is more content in the homepage of desktop. I get it. But what do you mean by that, though, you know? What do you have in mind with the main home? Thinking that this behavior is shit for mobile. You don't get it. Oh, you mean something like I don't think I can do that here. No, I can't do that here. Something like the Pinterest expanded, like God damn it. Bitch. I can't find it. Like like a Pinterest navigation thing. I guess Pinterest kind of work, maybe. Not even. God damn it. Like that. That's what you have in mind? Like an expansion like this in the center of the screen at the bottom? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. No. Well, I just wanted to make sure. That's not really an option because the home, that would be then the hamburger menu, as you talked about. The home is necessary from what Stone is saying is that he wants to have the same content that we have on desktop right now, which contains more like data that is like random or randomly selected content that you can watch. Therefore, the home cannot really navigate through. Like it's not behaving the same. And then if we don't have like a tab, it's just not gonna work. So at the end of the day, it's the same thing as this. It's just like ensuring that I just re-add this in the tabs, which is fine. Like it doesn't do much to me. You just do that. Took no time. We have all our tabs in places. And if we have that, then we can, not that we could do what we had in the first place, which was this as our home page. And that has like the recommended thing that can be replaced by that section, which is what I did in the first place, and then I had no feedback on that, and it's fine. I don't mind. And it's just removing that, removing, god damn it, removing this, and then do that. Done. And so if that's our home page, there's an option. Right, okay. Not an issue. It has the search bar, which would trigger that search, and it still has content if we wanted to just see content from there underneath that you can pick up. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. The thing that is good is that here on the homepage you can have your carousels made with the like genre categories things and not libraries titles, and then libraries would be the same thing and search would be the same thing that I had, but technically now search is useless at the bottom of the page, which is why I didn't like it. What is the main card that you like? Can you explain that? And Dota, yes, I do agree with that, but Sony doesn't agree with that. So, for me, mobile is supposed to be extremely different than the desktop version, but yeah, that apparently doesn't go through, which is fine. You want a plugin ID, Burton? You know the plugin ID that I have that I never made? Please do that. Plugin ID. Extremely complex. So if you're up for it, do that. If you're here and you have your libraries available and you're like, you know what, in this file I have, I don't know, library number 64. Please load. Thank you. This library is available in that file, and then I want to swap that library. I want a plugin that gives me the ability to say, oh, I want to choose library number others that I'm using. Maybe that. It's not found, though I know for a fact that we have an L flag in that library. I want to be able to click, select, manually select, and then be good with that, because maybe I don't want the blue to be blue, I want the blue to be red now. Damn. That is the goal. That is a massive necessity on Figma side, and we do have some references if you want. I think it's in my drafts. Somewhere. I think I called it plugin. There. That's basically it. That's all you need. The same UI with a drop down to manually be able to select the content of the sub library that you need. That is more complex than you think. Way more complex than you think, sadly. But yeah. But that, yeah, that's the idea. That is the idea. Anyways, that doesn't change shit on the fact that study what you said means nothing. because you said that you wanted to have the same behavior that we had here, but there, which is exactly what I had, and now you say drop the same card, which is this one here, which makes no sense, because that is what we currently have. So you're saying to just do the same thing. Makes no sense. Though, again, the search, even if I just did that, right? If I did that and I removed that, and that's the home page. And I'm saying now we have the search. The search makes no sense to be like this. No sense to be here. There is no business being that big for no fucking reason. If I click on search, I want to be directly typing. Like, it's as if I was clicking on search here and not be focused on the field. Makes no sense. I want to click on search in the tab bar and be directly typing immediately because that's what I need to do, which is searching. Therefore, that page means to me it has no business existing, which is why it pisses me off, because that is the reason why I wanted to remove the home page and replace it with the search, which is the main goal based on the tagline that we had. Nonetheless, if you wanted to have, like, I don't know, recommended content, we could have the library in the first place as a homepage, like that. And then in the libraries, there could be something else. But yeah. Yeah, it was the homepage, Stony. That used to be the homepage. Yes. Well, the search page has nothing in it. Technically speaking, once you are in the search and you tab on the search bar input, it just plop the keyboard and you start typing and you have autocomplete. Therefore, there is no need to have a full page prior to that. Like that's a waste of space. I should just click on search and right there. And if I tap on something, or if I say like reduce keyboard, then I have access to the tab bar at the bottom. But other than that, it made sense to me. Yes, it doesn't make sense to Stony. And Stony is the owner of the app, so therefore there is no me saying anything. I should. But yeah, that's the thing. I decided in the first place to just have home right there with the library and the second space, which is technically to me the most important thing, which is your content, and then music, which is your content as well, but in a different way. So you could have like multiple stuff recommended to you, but the most important things based on the tagline, which is your one-stop search for all your streaming needs. That implies that the search is the most important thing. It should have been the homepage, but that's fine. The notification is to notify the users of the server, so because it is your personally owned server that is accessible from your household, maybe you are the admin and you add some things, and then your brother or your sister, your mom, whichever is in your house, can have access to that server. Therefore, they can or kind of need to have a notification saying, "Oh, that new content has been added." So that is the reason. No, because it's not like a user-based notification. It's a server-based notification. And how do I recommend this with when it comes to the able to provide content on subscription days and I even not going to the page? The thing that I did a second ago, which was having the search bar at the top of the homepage. But then again, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, maybe we just need like a search bar without all that design in the header at all times, or such icon at all times at the top. Which I think would be better. And then, yeah, that might happen. But then again, I'm deleting the files of the thing that I'm doing that are not accepted. That way, there is no trace. And we give there is changes at some point. If I have a job in the next 3 months, which I kind of need to find a job, I won't be able to work on that. So I'm good with it. Just having the founder bit. To answer your question, Stoney, about how do you put that into a subscription-based model, that's a different version of the app. There needs to be a version 1 available to the public first in order to potentially add something. And when you do a change with content that is provided by a subscription, you would have redesigned the app at least twice in that meantime. And in that redesign, there will be like a plan of these contents. You can't plan something that you plan on adding in 4 years. Like the apps needs to evolve based on the user base rather than based on your potential specific needs, specifically if there is a need for a subscription-based model later on. So again, I'm repeating myself, but that is not necessary. And if that is still the tagline, when you have a subscription-based model, it's your one-stop search for all your streaming needs. Therefore, the search needs to be at the center. It's in the name. It is in the name. So if these are like genres, and we have like action, drama, comedy, I don't know how to type that, other things. Therefore, that's the home page. And once we have that loaded, when you type on search, I do want the search to be like fully open, though that feels like a better option. Andreas, hi, welcome in. Yes, I I did think about all the things, and it was too much for Sony at the beginning. So now we are reducing the scope in my thinking because I think too far ahead. That's a me issue. I thought way further than what Sony has in mind, and I saw the development of a potential, the potential development of the app in a way that is more user-centric than Sony-centric, and that doesn't please Sony right now. Therefore, we are reducing the scope to what Sony has in mind today, and I'm not inputting IDs in the future because that is a waste of my time and a waste of Sony's time. Um, so that Yes, I agree. I agree with you that thinking ahead is a really, really, really important thing, specifically dev, more than in design. Design makes no sense to not think ahead because we take technically 20 minutes to build a page, or I do. Um, and my vision of things is a specific vision, and Stoney's vision of things is a specific vision as well, and your vision of the thing is a specific vision as well, and that is complicated to balance as well. And because I'm not paid to do that, I don't care. I mean, if I was paid, I wouldn't care either, but that's a different discussion. Yeah, but you know the planning on a subscription model that gives you access to content that you have access to based on a subscription that the platform provides. This is, to me, a reorganization in any way of the database of how it has been planned right now. Right now, it's some sort of a fixed database based on your own server. If tomorrow we provide something that is coming from outside, which is the server of No Mercy, there is a need for intricate server communication with the like ID that the user has access to a specific server, which makes sense. It's like having access to someone else's server that is legally accessed because licensing, which is good. But that implies so much changes in the potential build. I know that Sony has planned something similar, so that's pretty good. And if the backend is planned, which is apparently the case, the front end can change in basically a month, technically 3 weeks on design and a month on dev, because it's just pinpointing the right thing in the back end from the front end to get access to the stuff. Technically with air quote, not a dev. Fire me, I'm fine with that. But yeah. We could have an I don't care command, yes. Yes. I'm not telling you what to think. That's not my job to tell you what to think. I'm telling you what is best currently in the market, and then you disagree with it. So I don't care. uh, this is a Plex replacement for now, with the goal of being a Netflix plus Plex replacement. If you dumb it down as much as it can, it's the idea is to achieve and acquire licensing to shows later on to be able to provide them. Therefore, they go on your server for cost, for monthly cost, or they are accessible from your account, not technically your server, but you still have your local server, I think. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Andreas, with the focusing on the local deployment first, which is desktop, not mobile. and then adding all the features. I mean, it's not the charting that is the issue. I think it's mostly the connection in between the potentially chargeable content that needs to be displayed in any way on the app. And so that's why Stony wants the homepage to have like a randomized version of the content, so that you can click on something that is not accessible from your server, and then we push the fact that it is accessible if you subscribe to the platform. Or currently in the beginning, it's going to be, well, this is not accessible on your server right now, but it's accessible on Netflix if you want, or it's accessible on Amazon Prime because we know the catalogs. And then if that's the case in the future, and we have the ability to get licensing and or content, then it would be available on No Mercy as a subscription, and therefore you can just have your account pinpoint a secondary server that is the No Mercy server that, based on the subscription, you have access to. Then, from what I have understood from all the discussion that we've had, Stony, so far, it's been a while, that is the vision that I have and the understanding of the platform that I have. The thing is, right now, which to me is V0, which to Stony is V1, because there is already a version that exists that is available. It's not as efficient as the newer one that is building, but, right? To me, is V0. There is nothing available. There is no deployment available on desktop at a minimum for the local thing, as far as I know. And there is a ton of things on, to me, desktop that are still necessary, but apparently we need to do mobile now. So I'm doing mobile. That's where I am. And again, at the time where we have access to the content that we want to have on the subscription, on the secondary server, that is the No Mercy server, that is where you can pinpoint things, that is not going to be next year. That is not going to be in 2 years. That is going to be probably in 3 to 4 years, 5 to 8 if we are realistic. Therefore, we have at least 3 to 4 years of user testing with the local things, and potentially outside of that data that is just saying this is available on Netflix, this is available on Disney Plus, this is available on something else. You don't have it right now. And see how the users behave with that. And when that is done, the implementation could be easier because we know how they behave. To a degree. It is supposed to be a locally ran thing that is accessible from the outside, yes. And thank you, Jonathan, for the break of logic. I appreciate it. So again, to me, there is like a ton of things that logic in implementing and getting data from the outside to the server that we don't have, which we talked about multiple times, and we said that we needed to do it. And then at some point, I was pushed for mobile, so now we're mobile. Yeah, there is this page, which this is the overall bird's eye view of what's happening on the server and what is currently encoding, what is used, what is not used, what are the activities, all of that. I disagree with that, but yeah. I do disagree that the displaying of content needs to be 100% the same as desktop or mobile or TV. To me, it's 3 different apps. There is multilingual things already. The app is based on your currently browser settings. So it's automatically translated, as far as I know, and the content that you're watching could have, based on your server, could have the audio track for your language or someone else's language, or the translation that you like, subtitles, all that, if that's the question that you're asking. Because it makes no sense. That is why I'm so hard on not making them the same. Because the behavior of a user on desktop is not the same as a user on mobile. And I know that these are different things, and you may not have that understanding, and that's fine, because it's not your job, but that's my job. And when you look at Netflix on TV, Netflix on iPad, Netflix on iPhone, the experience is similar, but not the same. And the experience of the user when they are browsing on their phone is going to be a very different thing than when you're looking at the experience on desktop. So let's say I'm going into here. That's my Netflix experience. The behavior and the content that I have here, right? Look at it. That's what I have. I have the home and I have the new and something. I can't read that there. Cool. And then I'm going here and I'm getting what? I'm getting the home screen with a lot of presentation. I have multiple tabs that give me a ton of access of things that I don't have access to when I'm here, because it makes no sense on mobile to give me all of that as well displayed as it is here. I do have access to things when I click on that, which is different. But it's a click to ensure that the user experience there on the homepage, sadly I can't scroll on that thing, is limited to what a user behavior on mobile is. But the output is the same. Like I have a movie or a TV show or something, and then here I have a movie or TV show or something. The content is the same. The features in the background are the same, but the user behavior is absolutely different. Therefore, the content presentation is absolutely different. That's why when I'm here, I have that big ass card that doesn't show me like a preview. And then here I have the same big ass card, which is a preview of the first episode or preview of the trailer of the TV show, movie, whatever. That's a different thing. And then I can switch in between movies and TV shows from the top section. All of that is behavior that I don't have here, or not the same way. Like it's way more complex on desktop to be able to go in and say movies, genre, things, subtabs, French movies for some reason. Um, Extremely complex. And I don't want to have that complexity in the mobile app. I want to be able to just chill and scroll through the content that I have or the content that I can access and then click on something. I don't want to think. I don't want to have to tap on buttons. I just want to be here, be on the homepage, click on the thing that I need, or search for something, which right now they put the search at the top, and I would put the search at the bottom. That's basically it. Like the new and hot, I don't give a fuck. So your behavior, Andres, on the differences between the two is uh, on desktop, you open Netflix, you look for something, and you find it. And on mobile, you open the app, you look for something, and you find it. That's what you say? Because what you see, Stony, is you just see the visuals. I'm seeing the user behavior, which is absolutely different. There's a ton of things that you don't have in your eyes and in your face when you're here, which is why I want the overall UI here to be simpler and less bloated and with the least amount of distraction so that the user can just scroll through things, click on something, be done. And most likely, with what Andreas just said, click on the search, search for something, be done, which is, again, the tagline. And then sometimes you spend hours to find something to watch, which is what you wanted to override with the streaming options. But yeah, there is no giving up. I don't give a shit. You do whatever the fuck you want. We have a homepage. It's fine. It's just that right now you are focused on the visuals, and I'm seeing the behaviors, and you don't see the behaviors, which is fine. The meat in the middle is not there is no meat in the middle. There is that behavior wise, as Andreas just said, what he does open, search, find, watch. And if I'm on Netflix and I know that I'm looking for something to watch, what do? Most of the time, I open, scroll, what the fuck am I watching? Like the continue watching, which is not there because I'm on the Japanese VPN most of the time. And click on what I'm currently watching. That's it. So for me, personally speaking, Netflix is gonna be on mobile. It should be here, which is what you have on desktop right now. Continue watching. That's it. That's all I need. I don't need anything else. Like, I don't need shit. I'm watching something. I'm watching something. I'm looking for something else to watch. I'm searching the thing. Is it on the Netflix catalog? Yes, I'm watching it because I'm looking for it, which is what I'm doing here by tracking content and ensuring that I have basically tracked all of the thing that I wanted to watch in the future. And so I can just say, I want to see the thing that I have last added and I haven't started yet. And so I'm applying that. Therefore, I'm seeing what I'm supposed to watch next. And yeah, that's it. It's technically not on the 20th row. It's just that it's not on this account. It's on my Japanese account because I'm only watching the things from the Japanese catalog. So that makes sense. I think the continue watching here is gonna be not even here. I don't think I have watched anything on Netflix France. So yeah, that's because you're on TV. You talked about that in the past. Nonetheless, that doesn't change shit in the fact that you have some good points as well in your discussion and your point of view in the apps, which is you want to be able to give the user the ability to come in the app, whichever it is, mobile, desktop, whatever, and then um, scroll through randomly selected things that we think as an algorithm that would be a bit like something that that person would like to watch. Yes, 100%. Again, it's been weeks. Server now contains only personal data added by the users. Later on, we can have something else. But right now, local storage. Anyways, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for being here, as always. I appreciate it. So if we just want like randomly organized homepage, that's fine. Like there is no issues with that. Just thinking that the search is bad, but it's good. Hi, welcome. Graphic design is different. I think a product designer should be good at design in general, so it might not be the best at graphic design, being more print, packaging, posters, all of that, but they should have a bit of an understanding of layout, typography, color theory, composition, all of that. So I think, yeah, I think the product designer should be pretty good. The thing is, with the discussion that we've just been having for the past 2 hours, I think, uh, the the limitation of understanding of user behaviors and behaviors in general on the digital world is absolutely different than the behaviors of a user that watches a poster. So someone that watches or looks for a poster outside in the street, um, and is looking at this poster, for example, there is a sort of thing that me as a product designer, digital product designer, wouldn't necessarily have created, but this is the most eye-catching option that a graphic designer could come up with to ensure that the people see that in the street or on TV or on a screen would be attracted to it and intrigued by what it is. So that is a different thing, which is, again, my personal abilities in graphic designs are okay, not the best, but okay. And a graphic designer's ability in UI design, like what I'm expert in, whatever, it might not be as okay. So yeah, but they should be good overall because the foundation is the same. The foundation is going to be the exact same thing, which is layout, composition, color, fonts, and attention control. Um, front end is easy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Uh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Anyways, homepage, content, randomly selected. I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that we have like a search somewhere. That's either we replace something as we put the, I know we talked about it in the past. Either we put the profile at the bottom in the navigation bar, which would imply some changes, to have like a search at all times at the top to do something similar to what Netflix had on mobile. God damn it. But I also need to do that real soon. Right. Netflix having a search at the top. Um, I agree with that. I'm fine with it. I mean, we could even combine what we had an hour ago, where we had that content instead of that card. So we could do that, and then that, and then that, and then we could do that. Not saying that this is good or bad, but we could have the message being like not the same, not a welcome, not anything, but like we have a recommended title here. That is the first thing that that the user will see, and then here underneath we just have God damn it. Looking for something specific, search bar. And so the user is just scrolling through its homepage with the most recommended thing, which might be the continue watching. And then are you looking for something very specific? Then you have a search bar that is quick access on the homepage. But then we can have like the home. No, the continue watching is this one for me. I'm not gonna move that around. The last thing that you've watched, even if you've watched or you are watching like 5 TV shows at the time, if you have watched something yesterday, I'm putting you the next episode on the first thing ever. As you just said, you want the people to see that specifically. Even if we didn't, and we just did that, continue watching is there. I don't give a fuck. The thing is just having a search bar throughout the scroll through the homepage. Like maybe that's that. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. You know. This is the floating cards. But for me, the first thing is supposed to be the last thing that you've watched. If it's a TV show, if it's not a TV show, it's a movie and you haven't finished it, it's there. And if it's neither, and you haven't watched shit, then it's a random thing. But it's not. I'm not pushing the continue watching any further down than the first thing. Like Netflix should have continue watching right there. Damn. That full ass, big ass thing should be continue watching. Anyways. What do you mean you can't do? Again, I don't think that this needs a see more button. It's just supposed to see things. Anyway, this is an option. I'm not saying that this is a good thing. I'm saying that this is an option. We're having something like this. A Facebook link. A Facebook link. And what about the library having something like this? Can you give me like specifics on what you think could be good on that? I mean, there is not really pictures and text. There is text here, but this is just titles. So these are the title of the episodes with the title logo. So it's text without being really text. I know. But then here you are mainly talking about the fact that here you have the Night of the Seven Kingdoms and then text. I don't think this would work. This is mostly a TV show planning thing, or like a TV programs related planning, which is okay. What? I don't know if it will work. I also personally don't think that with the rest of the pages and the rest of the designs on desktop, like it's not gonna be good if we change the things too much. Like if we go from this behavior on desktop and then the person decides to download the app to have like the companion for when they commute in the morning, and then entire design is truly different. I don't know. It loads fast, yes. I do call that a win as well. Just wait a second for the image to not load. But yeah, I do look, it loads faster. App load faster. I never know if I'm on the right one or not, but yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I do remember that I need to force refresh on these most of the time to get the content, but you know. Yeah, obviously. The content loads fast, the pages are not necessarily done. Not entirely done. Yeah, I see. At least that page is done, which I like. That's a good page. It's a good page. But yeah, I don't know if I would have that. Unsure. Nonetheless, to me, just to prove a point again, 3 has been my daily driver things. I've been on that for a while, and 3 is really much good. I can't say anything else, but like it is good. It's good content. It's a good grid. It makes sense. There is everything in there. When I'm looking at Netflix, and it's technically more than 3, and you can see the titles, and there is no text on top. It's smaller, and it works. I like it, and yeah, that makes sense to me. It is ugly, but it works, and it's released. I hope GK was there for that. It has no horizontal scrolling there. It has horizontal scrolling in some places, but it makes no sense. I mean, we have horizontal scrolling there, which are also same thing. We have 4 and something because that screen is wider. It's probably going to be at 3 for regular screen size. It has horizontal scrolling. I think, yeah. I think only cover images much than enough. Also, one second. We'll do that. I know. As you should. But, you know, the goal is not to make you go faster or anything. It's just having something released. Because I was living in Japan for almost 2 years, and I want to go back, and I need to have a very specific level. But that's the reason. And right now it's 23:16. I need to do my thing. No, I haven't. It is. You'll see the second. Ah. Got that. Close. Two is just about a particle. Not even a particle. Two is just uh, a letter. It's one of the letters that we have often. The two letter. Two is a letter. So if you go back to here, basically this is the hiragana character, and then two is a letter. This is the characters that we used as letters. So R, E, U, E, O are the base character, and then we have the transformation with the consonant. So A becomes Ka, and then Sa, and then Ta, Na. And so some of them, for U, for example, is U, Ku, Su, and then on the T particle, Tu is not a thing, so they do Tsu. And it's the same thing for E on T. T doesn't exist, so they have Chi. And for the Sa, Si doesn't exist, it's Shi. So it is a syllabic language, or a syllabic syllabic language. So it's just sounds based, and then that's basically it. So hiragana tsu is extremely used, but all of these characters right here are extremely used. So yeah, and I need to keep that. It's been a bit. I can't burn it down now. I also need to make sure that this doesn't happen. I haven't done shit today, so right there. I make websites as website or shimasu, which is extremely basic, and website is website. Then make is shimasu, or if you want to say create or make in the sense of create, it's going to be tsukurimasu for the polite form. So if then you want to say I create websites in Japanese, it's going to be Nihongo を日本語ウェブサイトを作ります。 it's the language structure is extremely simple, and the language conjugation is also pretty simple. Website, saito. The end is to. Tu doesn't exist. It's to start a thing. So based on where you are from, you may have, or you may encounter an easier time in learning Japanese overall, because the reading of the characters themselves is like, for example, I'm French, so or Spanish people also have like that really good thing. A, I, U, E, O is really close to the A, I, U, O in French. And for Spanish people, I think A, I, U, E, O, as far as I remember, or U. U is not a U, it's more. So sounding that and knowing that each words is composed as a tempo, and each sound has the same amount of time. There is no speed or there is no speed shift where when you are reading things like we kind of read this one last time. When you read these, watashi ni wa, it's watashi ni wa, and that is each sound take the same amount of space. It's not watashi ni wa or watashi ni wa. That's not really a thing. So it's just watashi ni wa kororo kara to hikoeru. So they have the same amount of there's a bit of a song behind it, but it's so that was just that sentence. Japanese is simple when you get used to it. Do you use this home app? What do you mean the home app? Oh, the home app. This one? This is Apple Home. No, I don't use it. Most of the things that I have around here are Google Home and not Apple Home. So it's not a thing. This one? Oh, dang. That's the home of my books. In the home, the thing is, because I'm on... Right now, this is coming from the French, which is kind of impressive, though. But I'm usually on the Japanese account. At least on my iPad, I'm on the Japanese account. And if I scroll down, I have just underneath, which is not here, which is good. I can try. I don't like it. Basically, in order to have enough space, the bar has been placed upside down, so the hand position for regular pull-ups is extremely close together, which is really bad. And if I wanted to do wider, that would be on the other side, and I can't really do that. Just sad. Yeah, I've been sadly embarrassed. I went out yesterday and everything smells like piss. Everything was dirty. I hated it. Yeah. I mean, just come to visit, that's good. Like, I hate it. It's not good. Yeah, sadly for me. Sadly for me. I mean, one of the best uh, location in order to move around without the public transports. So I'm not moving with like a car or something, but I mean, I'm walking and like 15, 20 minutes of everything that I want to go to. And if I really want to go further out, it takes longer. Like, for example, the meetings I had yesterday morning was a 40-minute walk, which is fun. And it's a straight line, so I was fun with that. Fine with that. Anywho, god damn, I need to sleep. I need to sleep, so I'm sending you somewhere. It's the only one that's live right now. So yeah, as always, YouTube is also there, but I mean, if you want to join on YouTube, it would be highly appreciated. I know that if you're on YouTube right now and you can't see chat messages, I'm sorry about that. I wish I could add that as an automation. I will see if I can. And you can join the Discord if that's something that you want to do. It's pretty good if you have questions when I'm not live. And you can stalk me online. Appreciate it. Also, I should be back on Wednesday, Friday. That's Wednesday's today at 6:30 Paris time. And I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do, but we're gonna do something. And yeah, that's about it. Have a good rest of your day. As always, take care of yourself. Stoney, I think you won for once in a bit. Appreciate it. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you soon. You know, all day. Take care. Bye.